Share the link. Really figure out a way to automate this. But until then. Oh, no, we were a scared penguin. There we go. Live chat. Hello, hello. I hope everyone is doing well. Join my own stream. There we go. You're beating Advanced Warrior. Oh my gosh. Third? Hey, hey. I hope everyone is doing well. Oh, hail the king of the penguins. I'm not feeling any better, but I'm not really feeling that much worse. So hopefully my voice will continue to hold out. I believe in it. Okay, first we have up CERN. And then Poland sent in a replay, which is very exciting. I shilled too hard yesterday. The Patreons were getting upset with me because I hadn't been shilling at all. It's a rare experience. Usually you're not told to shill by your community, but I guess sometimes it's the thing I'm supposed to do. I gotta move this back over here. The health and damage tutorial is still in the works. I vastly overestimated my editing skills, being that I have no editing skills. So it's taking about like 7 times longer than it probably should. Chill is like I don't even know if it stands for anything, but it's just like self-advertising shamelessly. There wasn't enough members in the Discord, need more people to chat with. That's fair. I think that's a nice little Discord. I figured out how to watch like YouTube videos together, so I might have like a little movie night or something. You definitely think I'm erring on the side of not enough shilling? That's probably true. I haven't even broken out the food channel yet. I know, I keep adding on channels as like conversations develop. And we did talk about food a bit, so yeah, I should add one for like cooking. Let's go to that size. I think that looks pretty good. I have only ever mentioned my Patreon like twice. But yes, I do have a Patreon, and you can join it and help support me in making this Advanced Wars by Web content. It is in the description. I make sure to have it second in the description so people know to send replays in when they want to have their stuff covered. I should probably switch that priority, but I figure the knowing how to send in replays is more important. Yeah, I do appreciate any support that anyone wants to contribute. You can join a little Discord. You can chat with me, hang out. And yeah. Replayers first. Yeah, having content is more important than monetizing content. It's not so much about having content, it makes it very accessible for people to, because I think people enjoy sending their stuff in. From my understanding. It's nice to see your stuff featured. Okay, oh my gosh, we got 19 viewers already. I can just jump right into this. What if you monetize the monetized content? I don't know how that works. Like you're trying to put me behind a paywall or something? Okay. I think this is sent in by CERN. I'll make a couple dice. And we got tuna fish spelt in such a way that I've never seen before. I like it. That looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card to me. It would be a fish. It would be a tuna fish from the cartoon version that takes the Toon World card, whatever that is. Which streams have more viewers? The replays have the most viewers. Although the very first Advance Wars 1 stream, my very first time playing Advance Wars, the actual games had a good number. Yeah, no worries. I have a very large VOD audience, mainly because the Advanced Wars by Web community is like global, so a lot of people can't watch during. Does my Patreon have penguin pics? It has a penguin pic. I should put up the bird pics. That's true. Okay, here we go. We've got CERN in the bottom here. Bottom left is the 2 base, is the strong side. Playing as Javier against Sasha in the top here. So this map has somewhat contested comm towers. It's pretty hard to deny this comm tower, but it's not impossible to steal it. So we could see Javier get both comm towers. He's going to be a pretty strong CO on this map because it's very friendly to artillery. So his extra indirect defense is going to do wonders for him. Ooh, Sasha best pick tier 1 though, says Habits. I personally like playing as Sasha against Javier because Javier's just a little bit weaker than Von Bolt. And the way you use the power with Sasha is you don't try and stop Javier from ever getting a power. You're just going to force him to use his power at a time that he wouldn't really want to. He doesn't get to choose that perfect moment. You always think of Sasha as a counter pick? I would be pretty comfortable playing Sasha. Just maining Sasha for tier 1. At this point. If you're learning the game, then I would definitely recommend Von Bolt as the safe pick. %10 defense is definitely better than 10% income, yeah. But Sasha's more than just 10% income. She also gets Von Bolt-esque stats whenever she's using her normal power, and she gets that a lot. While also being able to counteract your opponent's powers. Okay. We'll see if anyone goes for a really spicy opening. There's some recon stuff you can do. Sasha, of course, gets extra money. So she also has some unique openings that are only available to her. Oh, you guys just talking about that, actually? But you know what's better than playing as Von Bolt every third turn? Playing as Von Bolt every turn. True. I know you can't exactly make a Sasha alt. It would just be only for tier 1. You know, Fog has a real problem in that tier 2 has no female COs. So in standard, you could do a female-only alt, but you can't do that in Fog without picking down a tier. Because it's only Olaf, Max, and Eagle for tier 2 Fog. They really need to bring DS Sonya in so we can have a new tier 2, or I guess maybe even tier 1 in that case. Okay, so this is a case where Sasha had enough money to buy a tank, or even an anti-air, I guess, if she really wanted to. Decides just to keep the infantry production, which is going to give CERN the opportunity to build the first vehicle and have Sasha be kind of reactionary. Probably pick Kindle for tier 2, yeah. Fog confirmed worst mode. It needs an overhaul in that respect. I personally think it should be Sonya that's changed. You were really expecting a tank that turn? Yeah. Well, CERN takes this opportunity to build a tank on the 2 base side to try and force a vehicle from the 1 base side for Sasha and try and potentially slow down this economy. It won't like immediately slow it down by just forcing a vehicle now, but it will mean that if any of these infantry get harassed, there won't be a replacement one. So we'll see how that ends up going. And there is the tank in response. Again, Sasha could have built an artillery over here, and I probably would have from this base, because an artillery plus infantry are going to be very good, especially on this map. Even though it's Javier, because it's early enough and there's no powers active, you can still use that artillery with your composition pretty effectively. For the most part, the units will just be at plus 20% defense, and the artillery is still going to do just fine as long as it's not like trying to shoot them on a city or something. I just wouldn't get a lot of artillery. A tank 1 turn sooner could have denied the tower. I don't know, it wouldn't be able to deny that tower. It would be able to delay the tower. I don't think that would be worth it. Okay. Ooh. Okay, so this is very interesting. So Sasha goes for the medium tank on the weak side, but this does require a base skip. Whoa! Sasha's like, nah, I'm not just going to do a single base skip. I could buy an infantry. I could. But that's not my style. I'm going to do a double base skip and set myself up to get another medium tank next turn, or maybe a copter tank. Well, that's very good news for CERN. It's going to give a kind of a free unit count advantage here, with no damage being needed. Ooh, and builds a copter over here, which kind of disrupts both the plans of building a copter here or building a medium tank. Because copter plus anti-air is going to cost just a little bit too much money. So yeah, an anti-air is forced, and looks like we'll just get a tank over here. Yeah, so now it's very awkward. This is basically just an infantry that could have been further forward. Okay. Well, this medium tank is pretty unanswered over here. Ooh, yeah, that was a little bit of a blunder. Always got to be careful about placing your infantry just kind of in the range of copters like that. Although it might be because Tuna Fish is like, I'll just suck it up and then get this interrupt anyway. In which case, definitely should have built the anti-air over here instead of over here. I guess from this base, it's going to have an easier time cutting off the copter from heading over to the middle. Okay, and then we have the double artillery from Javier. This is something that is a good idea, because Javier's artillery are they're not weak at all. It's not like they're worse. They just don't have they're just not going to be up against opposing artillery, so they can kind of dominate the scene very nicely. Yeah, there's the copter and tank, infantry, I guess. Ooh, we're running in here. Medium tank. This tank just takes this hit. It's okay. This is only going to kind of invite a single first strike from a tank. The medium tank is pretty safe. This infantry can walk around to block, but there's other guys over here to free it. I think sending this tank up was probably a mistake. But the medium tank coming in and getting a shot seems fine. I'm ready to be proven wrong, though. Is cutting off the copter important here? It is important. Oh, Talos, it's not an early. It's only early to you guys. I have the daylight savings time has made me change by an hour, but it's still 3 for me. Okay, attack over here. Copter runs back. Poggers. Oh, very aggressive tank. It's out of all the zones of these other vehicles. The only problem is it can kind of get trapped. Like if the medium tank zooms over here, then it won't necessarily be trapped, but it will be penned in. I lost an hour. So an hour earlier. So everyone says it's an early stream. Okay, so yeah, this is where this tank shot's pretty free for CERN because the artillery backup. And you can see the medium tank attacking was totally fine. It gets away untouched. Right. Tank zooms over here, takes out an infantry. This anti-air does cover these guys. Ooh, double anti-air coming in over here. And then the infantry can come in to threaten this property. I like the follow-up. Building a tank to match this tank. But yeah, here the medium tank moves over here. I probably would have moved over here just to be a little bit better at cutting off this tank. But the idea is this guy can't go anywhere back towards CERN without inviting a hit from the medium tank. Should be fine though. I think it can actually just like run over here and then the artillery can support it. Or it might try and dive in. Very risky. Not sure why these guys didn't move. Seems a little weird. Should have been safe to go for this capture with the anti-airs and the medium tank over here. Okay. Gets the kill. Denying this capture. Tunafish did get this one, so Tunafish should have decent income. I guess there isn't an income advantage though. Missing center properties. Okay, medium tank of CERN's own. Kind of falling back here. Be protected by the artillery. It does definitely invite this city to fall down. Be captured. And this is a little passive for the 2-base side. You'd ideally be able to actually exert some pressure. Okay. Nothing can reach to kill off this infantry. It's just a single strike's available. That would be bad, because then the medium tank could hit the tank. Okay, I would say for Tunafish, I mean, a strike from the infantry, from the city, bring the anti-airs over the medium tank and the copter, I think would be totally fine. You could even try and just capture right in front of CERN and try and force a response that you can punish. I'll find the hour back in fall. Once it's fall time, I find my hour again. Don't run low on timers. DST is messed up. That's good to know. Okay. You can see how nice these artillery are. They get to cover each other, and they also get to cover all of these infantry that move forward and threaten these properties. Ooh. I'm not super sold on this attack, but we'll see if CERN has some sort of really nice follow-up. Okay. Gotcha. So the idea here is that CERN wanted to build a copter, and with this tank in the way, these units can't like gang up to kill this infantry to then let the anti-air get through and hit this copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I guess they can. This tank could come by with this infantry on the mountain and hit it, and then the anti-air could strike, and then this tank and anti-air could kill this tank. Just have this infantry interrupt this capture with this guy. I don't know if that would be really worth it in comparison to just taking the city, killing the tank, and falling back with the anti-air. Just have this one come over. That's probably better. Take out the tank. Plow. Builds a bomber. And a mech. Okay. Medium tank finds an attack on the city here. This guy attacks the mountain. Copter flies on over. Now starts going for this city. I do not like this attack. I would much prefer if this anti-air just went back to a city. You can't reach one this turn, but just falls back. At 4 health, it's still able to fairly effectively ward this copter. But at this point, it's kind of being invited to just be picked off by this tank. And then the copter. I guess the copter can't really count. I guess never mind. The copter is the one that would pick off the anti-air. Because they're not covering each other. Okay. Like so. Artillery gets an attack. If the tower shield come off. Oh, actually. Interesting. So, this is kind of the situation where as Sasha, you would want to use your power before you build the bomber. Because all of the units are like really close together. All on like this front. So this is definitely the time that Javier is looking to use the power against you. And so this would be Sasha's opportunity to delay that. Instead, CERN is going to get the tower shield here, and it looks like we're going to have some pretty nice damage with the 30-30 stats. I would not... well, we'll see how this plays out, but I think I would have just continued capping and then joined capped. You have a lot of defense this turn, and it would put a lot of pressure on this city. Yeah, okay. It doesn't look great. Anti-air is in place to defend the medium tank against this bomber. We attack over here. Artillery comes over, okay. Anti-air can't reach this copter. This other copter can, but the superior stats that this guy's got are going to help a lot. That was some unusual music. Was it classical? I added some in for DBSI. Okay, you can see how good these stats are. Anti-air can't kill the 7 health. Infantry can't kill the 5 health on the road. Ooh. Fish does find a way to sneak that tank in to tag the artillery. And this one isn't actually covering its buddy right now. But join cap. Focuses on taking out this tank. I like it. Okay, so the idea is like I'll get out of the artillery range. I'll just consolidate on this side with my 2 bases, which is good. Right now, Fish has a full bar, which does mean that they could use the super in the future, or they could have like 3 turns in a row where they just wipe the bar of CERN. Attack here. Copter first copter. Copter finishes off this tank. That seems really bad, because that is in range of this anti-air, so there must be something that's going to block for it. But we'll see. Medium tank comes in and hits this anti-air. Almost had artillery. Capture again. Tank versus tank, copter versus tank. Anti-air hits this tank. Still in range of defending the medium tank, assuming nothing can get in the way. Alright. Some good pressure. This looks like this city's going to fall. Potentially this city could fall. Lots and lots of copters being built. And the medium tank is definitely going to die this turn. And we are going for war bonds. Sasha super. So we'll see how much money Sasha gets. Bam. Oh, let's actually see 29k. Basically 30k to start at the turn with. So just got about 7k. It should have been 8k. Just a hit on the copter. Just to take out that copter. Just to take out this tank. Very nice. Infantry, try and get in the way of the anti-air. It's a little sketchy of an attack, but it's okay. Okay, so looks like about 21k is what the super got Sasha for. So almost another turn of income. The cost, however, is that Javier now has a super, where if instead of doing this, could have drained the power bar of Javier for like 3 or 4 turns, which would kind of guarantee that there's no Javier. Not only is there no Javier super, there'd be no Javier power for many turns. But that was definitely a decent chunk of change. And it's not done yet. Any damage that happens this turn on for CERN here will also count towards it. Would I use the Javier super here? Or would I just use the normal power? It would really depend. Well, if I can get away with just using the normal power, I'll just use the normal power, basically, is how that will go. And it looks to me like you can get away with just using the normal power. This tank hits this anti-air to like clear the way. Tower of Power. So we'll see. We'll check to see if any of the these attacks require the superpower there. I don't think it... Well, apparently that does. Wow, I didn't think that would have problems killing that bomber. I know it has plus 10% defense. But with Tower of Power, I guess it's only one more comm tower, right? It's just putting you to 40-40 instead of 30-30. So that's not that great in comparison. Yeah, this is... So far it looks like the only attack that's really mattered is this one right here. That one probably does a little bit. That guy. Ooh, hit the mech. Okay. Well, that gave a decent amount of change to Sasha. Like over 1,000. I don't like that mech attack. Okay. We have more anti-airs. Makes sense. We're fighting bombers. That's true. Extra defense could matter. We'll see. It's gonna matter here a little bit. This medium tank's been doing some pretty good work. Even injured, it just has some nice nice stats. Ooh, okay, it mattered. It kept that tank alive. It probably kept, well, maybe not. I mean, I probably would have lived normal power or otherwise. Oh, just barely managed to do a single damage there. And then we have the Sasha Neo tank. Okay. So Sasha's doing, they're equal in property count. CERN is way ahead in unit count, most of that being infantry. They're fairly equal in terms of value, just because it was the end of Sasha's turn, so it should be ahead. Yeah, it's about 25k. Yep, Sasha does get money from the counterattacks. It doesn't usually matter that much, because usually counterattacks don't tend to do a ton of damage unless people are like sacrificing into you. But it can get you just like a tiny bit more. Okay. Lots and lots of pressure on Sasha. And you can notice all of this pressure, it's infantry pressure. Because Sasha doesn't have enough infantry to fight these off. And so the vehicles are like trying to fight the other vehicles, and then the infantry are just going to take all of these properties. And you just can't stop it. Even a count too strong. The Neo tank will be able to stop this one. And we have the market crash. Usually you want to make sure that you market crash. Seems really bad. Okay. Never mind. I was gonna say you want to make sure that you market crash at the right time so that you don't end up giving a ton of charge to your opponent. You have to like balance it between getting the +10/+10 stats and draining the funds. Or the charge, I should say. Very nice mech attack. Okay, so this city falls. This city falls. It looks like CERN might be able to get this, not the super, the normal power this turn. Big income swing there, though. Because, of course, whenever you lose one of your cities to your opponent, that's a 2,000 income swing. Since you lose 1,000 and they gain 1,000. So those two cities falling was a 4,000 income swing, which is actually slightly higher in this case because Sasha also gets more money. Yeah, there's also the problem that you're still limited to the same number of builds on the Sasha turn. You can see the infantry, they just surround the bomber. And the anti-air comes up. Just units standing in the way. 2 anti-airs are in range to kill it. Okay, there wasn't a Javier normal power. So, I mean, it doesn't look... Oh, actually, this copter is nice. I didn't even see that. He's just free from the left. Run away, bomber. The Neo tank took a whole point of chip damage. Yeah, income swings can be especially harsh in high funds. That's true. Wow. Sasha's tricky. Because you have to like manage your own power, your own charge, and your opponent's charge. Okay, this is looking very, very good for Javier. Ahead in income. Almost all of the infantry are wiped out. There's only 4 left for Sasha. I guess there's only 8 left for Javier, so both players might be starting to run into some problems soon. Yep, take out those tanks, and then the infantry start walking forward. Bring the artillery up. Make sure to get, yeah, got the power off, of course, before Sasha can stop it. Very good use of the artillery here. Bringing a copter, some tanks, another infantry. We'll see. I don't know what Sasha is. Sasha's almost in just like the spiral of death at this point because there's so few units left on this left side. There's a market crash just for the stats. You hate to see. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. He's able to hit the infantry that's on the HQ. Does stop this capture. The airport is now completely vulnerable. An anti-air could sit on it, but I guess instead the anti-air just stays in range. And if Sasha wants to build something, then he'll get sniped. No more infantry at all are left on the western front for Sasha. Anti-air attacks anti-air. They hit each other at a rate of base damage 45, so a little bit less than like a tank, but they can still do a number. Just making sure to build copters every turn to really put the pressure on Sasha for what she has to build. That's very harsh on the Olaf COP. Olaf COP is good. Although I would say Olaf COP is better in high funds than it is in like standard. Alright, tuna fish. Just desperately trying to hold on here. Build a bomber. Lots of bombers being built. As CERN, you could definitely pop out a fighter to help with all the bombers. Units forced in here. Ooh, medium tank clears the way. Tank gets a hit. This is a very dangerous attack. Artillery are definitely going to get some good value. You can shoot this one, and then this guy can shoot this one. Okay. Like so. Or they might they'll just both shoot that one. That works too. Okay. Comes in here, kills off the tank, or hits the tank, kills off the anti-air. Tank comes in, hits this anti-air. And then we get another Javier normal power that sneaks through. Ooh, bomber's still safe. Anti-air has to run away. Infantry start walking over here. Going for a capture. Tank. Moving the tank over here. Interesting. So artillery's kind of out in the open. But I guess the worst thing that hits it is this Neo tank. Which could get swarmed by tanks, I guess. Right, finish off the infantry. There's now just 2 infantry forward here. Copter hits the tank. As attack, this like counterattack from Sasha kind of gets cleaned up very nicely. Again, more and more copters. It really puts the pressure on these bases because they need to build copters or anti-airs to fight the copters, but they also need to build tanks to fight the tanks. Otherwise, their anti-airs just get taken out. So it's like the classic way to push someone out of the game. And there we go. There's GG. It's very tricky to play Sasha. I will say that using the super, I wasn't a huge fan. It did actually manage to get some money there. But if you look at the situation, it's way, way better to just do like the attacks you can without needing to use a power, then use your power to drain all of the charge that Javier has, and then next turn you do the attacks that you can to, you know, get a little bit more charge, and then you drain everything that Javier has, and you do that for a third turn, and you can probably do it for 4 turns in a row and just absolutely dominate the battle. That's what I would highly suggest to change it up for Sasha. Also, base skipping I wasn't a huge fan of there, but I do like the early tech up. I think that's a great choice to do with Sasha. As for Javier, I did like the use of the artillery. I think those worked very well, and I really like to see the use of the copters to kind of bully the opponent out of the game. I think there was some passivity. That might have been just a reaction to having built the artillery and just kind of want to get everything together. Oh, I didn't like this attack over here, I think. There were some sketchy attacks, but I think overall it went really well. Oh, and I don't think the Javier super ended up working out super great. Instead of just using 2 normal powers. But, I mean, it worked out well enough. And I'm still sick. You can hear it. I got a cold. I got a cold. Sorry about that, guys. You weren't even sure if you could get the second one? It's really difficult to build charge on your turn. Like a full 2 bars. There were faster wins during the later game. That's true. But it was still really good. Okay. Now, I don't know if I've ever done a Lillian game. Unfortunately, I've got a cold now, but... Is it not up here? I guess it was a while ago. Let's search it. But this was sent in by Poland. Lillian versus Poland. And I did ask the Poland here is pronounced Poland. They put the 1 instead of the L because the L had already been used as a name. So it's not like Po-wand, Po-one-and. It is Poland. Just like the country. You're very curious about what happened this game? Glad someone will think about it for you. Gotcha. Right. I have not seen this game, but we have Adder versus Jake. So I'm going to anticipate that Lillian is going to be building a lot of mechs from this base then. They kind of walk to here and then they're immediately putting pressure. And Adder likes to use mechs because of the movement powers that he has. But the artillery are also very strong on this map. And of course, Jake has strong artillery thanks to his powers giving extra range and damage on planes. So we don't have a recon opener from Lillian. That would have been the turn. Okay, neither player is going to go for a recon opener. We're trying to harass any of these capture phases right away. just have infantry going out. We got some fairly early back caps coming out from Poland. I guess it's at the exact same time. They're both going for fairly early back caps. Rather than, well, I guess Lillian's going for a faster one. Because Poland went for this capture first, kind of going out to the mountain end of this to go to the harbor. Interesting. So, back capture timings can give you a lot of information on when your opponent's going to be really strong on the front, because they're going to have like a big unit count boost when these captures are done, and then the infantry start walking down. Not everyone. It's fairly rare that people are like coordinating that, like, but they really should. I'm not sure why Poland is doing this. So with this infantry, I would definitely start walking up here to the middle to go for this property. Because if you go here, it's going to go for the harbor, but that's what this infantry's already got kind of assigned to it. So I'm not a huge fan of that choice from Poland. And it also looks like this capture is being delayed a little bit. We have the tank on the two base side from both players. They're just going to go for some pressure on each other. Chains, though? No. It is a chain, but it's cannibalizing your capture. And cannibalizing captures is 100% worse than not going for the chain. Because now you're just missing out on a whole capture, essentially. You want to have your infantry assigned different properties to go for, but you do prioritize chains if an infantry was given equal opportunity. Hopefully this guy will get a capture. Might not even get one, because once this guy finishes this will no longer be kind of a free property to get, and there's already units coming in to threaten this property. So this guy might not even get a property now, which would be a shame. Okay, so Poland going with the just ignore my opponent's aggression. Just double tank over here, try and get them to respond. And then eventually respond over here, I assume. Because this tank's going to be able to deny both of these cities. And potentially take this city. Yeah. So yeah, this guy has nothing to do now. Can't even do a little, like, jump up here and go for the harbor and this at the same time. The tank can just stop it. Or I guess you could, actually. If Poland wanted to, could go for that maneuver instead of finishing this harbor, go for both of these captures, and then just send this tank over into the middle. Instead, it goes up here. It harasses. That does stop this guy from going for this harbor. And Lillian was forced to actually respond with a tank over here. And we have a tank in response by Poland as well. So this guy's going to get one free turn to do something. And this one is being front switched over. Okay. So this capture, it looks like it's going to go through. For Poland, which is nice. It is a very contested city. As you can see over here. Currently being contested. Lillian just decides to sit on the city to stop this guy from starting the capture. Doesn't want to deal with the capture starting and having two tanks supporting it. Might as well just delay it as much as possible. And we have a little stare off over here. Tank does zoom on up. Now everything over here is starting to look very vulnerable. This tank's going to have to be in. It can either decide to like attack over here and just bring this tank up and just overwhelm this front for a little bit, or it can move back and try and defend the least infantry against the opposing tank. Looks like it's just going to fall back. Probably the right call. I kind of like just bringing all 3 tanks over here and being very aggressive. I gotta do a capture calculus vid. Yeah. You're right. Right now there's a damage and health video in production that is very mathy, so we'll see how it is. Okay. So Lillian has a choice here to actually, I guess there isn't really a choice. It's pretty much take out this infantry or get taken out yourself. So yeah, it has to take this out. I thought it might be able to retreat into like base range, but no. This guy's gonna go down by this tank. Then we have a huge grouping up of the units by Lillian just straight into the center with an artillery. No mechs are being built, which I find to be very odd for Adder here. The artillery kind of being built and moved into this mountain range makes sense. You'll see both players are going for it. Very hard to attack an artillery across this. But yeah, we haven't seen actually a copter or any mechs from Lillian right now, which would be the 2 units that Adder has an advantage over Jake with. Okay. So, Lillian wants to stop this capture. Very understandable. Interrupts the harbor capture to get this attack on this infantry and cover the city so that a tank can't attack from it. It moves this tank over here onto this forest. Sure. Is down 3k. Now, I noticed that Poland also didn't kill off this infantry, the tank. I need to actually check. What did that tank do instead? Just moved over here. Way better to kill this guy off. That's okay. I mean, I guess it is helping defend this. So Lillian should definitely start capturing this. It decides to run away instead. But nothing's in range to stop this, and there's a giant fight happening here. So any unit that Poland has to divert to try and stop that capture from going through will help Lillian quite a bit. Ooh. Poland goes for the roll, I assume? If that's not a roll, then that's not a great attack, because it kind of invites a strike from the city. Although, with the artillery here, that does protect the tank pretty nicely. Okay. All of these tanks ran away. Alright. So, Poland is still up 3k, which is pretty wild. It's just the control over these cities on the sides here. And still no mechs or copters from Lillian. Just tanks. Infantry. And a single artillery. Okay. Doesn't want to invite this artillery shot. I think it would have been fine to use 2 tanks to kill this tank. One from the city, one from the plains. Bring the artillery over yourself. But instead decides to just front switch over here. Which is also totally fine. It does put a lot of pressure on Poland, who's about to go up to 18k. And we do see the first copter from Adder here. Yeah. I don't know why this is so ignored over here, but as Lillian, I wouldn't really want to be trying to start a brawl right now when down so much money. Okay, we have a very nice artillery placement here from Poland, sitting right on the plains, covering this entire kind of like pincer strike on Lillian. No attacks are happening, but it's very much a threat of, if you attack my left side, I will just jump on you. This entire area is just completely void of units. There's just properties. Okay, Lillian is like, nah, man. I'ma just run away far enough. I will attack you far enough away that not all of your tanks can get me. And try and clean up all of these infantry and take this city. Interestingly, Poland did not build any reinforcements from this base. There's just this copter and this anti-air, which does help this attack kind of get away with this. Okay, so now Poland has a choice. Can kind of try and do a counter swing on these infantry, or can kind of follow through with the original premise of just slamming in, which it looks like is going to be the plan. And just cut off some retreat routes, it looks like. Okay. It's really big in the middle here. Tanks are pretty exposed. Copter can come in here. But it doesn't look like there's a way to break through this in such a way that the artillery can get hit. So it's been doing a lot of work as a deterrent here. Still, these are completely exposed. We have the adder power moving in to start threatening these cities. Yep. Tank first. Okay. I'm not sure what this copter's plan is now. I guess it's going to hit from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'll get taken out from Jake's super. This is a pretty strong attack on the left, though. All of these infantry strikes very nicely. They're getting in the way here, so Poland has to get through an infantry before any tanks can get hit. But these tanks are very, very squishy looking to me. If Jake can get a, I think this is actually probably a mistake. But if Jake can get a a superpower here, then I think these tanks can get cleaned up pretty easily. Which makes me think that this is a mistake, because that's going to, it does injure this tank by a lot, but it also gives a lot of charge to Poland and invites this anti-air to kill the copter once the super is activated. So I think Lillian might have been able to get away with this attack. I don't know if this is going to turn out poorly or not, but I think Lillian would have a better chance at getting away with this attack if this copter did not get involved. We'll see. You have the artillery, artillery hit the tank, infantry hit the tank. You have tank versus tank. There's the super. There's the block rock. I think we're gonna go copter, tank, infantry hits, infantry hits, infantry hits. Tank zooms on through. It's the tank. The tank doesn't kill that tank though. Does get that one though, and that's why I was saying it looks so squishy. Hit from the plains, and then takes out this copter. Yeah, and you can see how close this is for Poland to actually get the super while also having enough units left to act with. So I think this copter strike really hurt Lillian here. Yeah, these all get kind of carved out. I'm not even sure if that attack is really worth it. It does 2 damage for 2 damage. I guess it helps protect the anti-air. This city will fall. But that was a pretty devastating... It's kind of the classic, I use a normal power, you use a super. Go7 preaching no yeet. And then Lillian resigns, yeah. I think that's a fair resign. That's like the classic example of I use a normal power, and then you use a super, and then I lose the game. So for Lillian, I think this attack might have worked out if that copter wasn't involved. And then the other thing is putting pressure on these cities way sooner would have been good. Or what's chat saying? I'm not sure if that's a roll or if it's just a very low roll. Mathlitz is upset with Lillian. I am very understanding. I think I probably would have done the exact same thing that Lillian did there. I mean, if I was playing the game, because it's a lot easier to see those kind of plays and like the misplays when you're not the one playing. You're in a different mindset. I think no mechs was a huge mistake, especially since the fight since Lillian ended up trying to fight over here. That the mechs would have made a big difference just by existing and like replacing one of these tanks with 2 mechs would have been nice. Or maybe getting somewhere like copter and mechs going on. But that was a good game. You can I think that did a great job of highlighting the dangers of giving your opponent too much charge when you're not dealing enough damage, when you're just like barely hitting them hard enough to give them their super, but not hard enough to completely like rout their army. Oh. Hindsight is 20/20, exactly. Like I can point stuff out. I can point stuff out in my games, but like right after I take the turn too, I'd be like, "Wow, what was I thinking?" But when you're actually playing, it's a, you know, it's a very different experience, and you should always keep that in mind. This is, now we have Stealer versus Bossman. I have Stealer versus, oh, well, I have Stealer versus Bossman, but not this one. This one. Grimm versus Adder on Darkling Threshold. Threshold, not Threshold. Move planner is hindsight. That's true. It can be. That is part of the what's really good about the move planner is that you can give yourself a chance to look at it as if it was hindsight. If you're behind on income, you got to make something happen or your opponent will eventually bury you. That can definitely feel like that pressure-wise, yeah. Alright, I assume this was sent in by Stealer. Plus, they are Grimm, so I'll make them the Penguins. This map is always crazy. So Grimm has a bad rap, especially in standard play. He's a lot harder. In Fog, he's pretty good for tier 4. But this is definitely the classic matchup that he can struggle in. Is someone with movement powers against Grimm, which means that when it comes to zoning, Grimm's going to have a disadvantage. And he has to have like specialized walls that can put pressure on the opponent while not leaving the vehicles open. I think they're called spaced walls. It's where you have the wall of infantry and then like 5 tiles or 4 tiles back you have the tanks protecting them. Yeah, and movement COs are nearly all of tier 4. It's true. I would say that Jess is probably the worst matchup for Grimm. Because usually the bad side of Jess is that her infantry have a hard time fighting the other person's infantry and like those 2-hit KOs and everything. But against Grimm, that's not a problem. his infantry will still melt just like a knife through butter. And then her stronger vehicles will just destroy everything. Just using superpower to 1-hit KO Grimm tanks on planes. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's bad. So we'll see how Stealer approaches this. Grimm definitely has some things going for him when it comes to like harassment. So like I really like Grimm recons. And of course Grimm copters are very good because the defensive minus on them isn't so such a big deal. But it looks like Boss Man is going to be the one that goes for a very aggressive recon. I think I would prefer the recon built over here because this base looks like it has a lot of properties that it is in charge of capturing. And there's like a capture chain right here, for instance, where this one up here looks very isolated. Like after you have almost like just 2 infantry, you're already having to just contest like a city way down here. So a recon built here, it's also nice that it's completely surrounded by shoals, so it's going to get a nice movement boost. And it can attack up here or down here, where this guy can just kind of attack up here. But yeah, the combination of this having a better position for attacking either front and the fact that it has less properties assigned to it would make me want to build a recon here instead of down here. Like this, because the property captures from this base have now been delayed by this recon, it needs to do a lot to pay for itself. And we'll see if it can. Steeler's just going to build a tank here. We have the first strike from the infantry. What? I missed that. Steeler did not go for this capture right away. Decided to just go here instead to go for this one faster. For this capture, I guess. I would much prefer this one into this one. But Steeler might know something that I don't know. Does delay the airport here. There's kind of infantry chaining down into this, which does put a lot of pressure on this base. Because it wants, like this infantry wants to go for this capture, but now it needs to come up here and save this guy. Like so. And yeah, like look at these 2 infantry. They only have 1 property to go for next, and then they're going to have to hit up here. And if Stealer had gone for this capture first, this would already be contested, and these guys just like have already run out of jobs. Ooh, Bossman's going to give up this recon to deny this airport. What's really nice about Grimm, and something that helps him a lot in Fog, and in this case it's going to matter in Standard, is that his tanks one-shot recons. They care not. Interesting. Okay, just tried to get like a roll here to try and deny this airport for a longer period of time. Kabam. And that's a big deal in Fog, because a 1 health recon provides vision just like a full health recon does. You're sending infantry from one base directly into combat. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. But it does this exchange down here does mean that Bossman has denied this airport. Okay. Which is a big deal. But at the cost of all of the presence over here. So we'll see how Stealer decides to cope with everything here. No. I don't know. I don't think that has any chance of doing a damage. But 100% you fall back. This is a unit. It might not like be very effective fighting, but it still occupies a tile. And that can be very useful in its own right. Ooh, look at that. Grimm tank comes on up. Kapow. I like this move. Okay, so the infantry moves down just a single tile here. That is because Bossman is threatening to do tank kills infantry, and then infantry stands on this airport to block the tank from avenging it. But now this infantry is both threatening to go for this capture and threatening to clear this infantry off of the airport, which is very good foresight. Very good block here. You can see here 2 health infantry, very similar to a 1 health infantry. Not going to be very good in combat, but it can still just block the way so this anti-air can't interrupt this. Ooh, and then we have the artillery coming out. Put some pressure on Stealer. Now this is a little risky. I think in this case for Bossman, you got to hold off on going for this property. And I'm going to say that because this happened. Because you're blocking off down here with the 2 health infantry, this anti-air was like, I don't have a great target. And then you just kind of provided this anti-air a good target, which is not ideal. So yeah, that just comes over there. I don't know about this infantry strike. It might have been better just like hang out on this mountain. Because Bossman has a follow-up. Just take it out. Ooh. Very good mech strike over here. This tank is still covering this airport, and then we have double tank. And I like this mech strike. Tank mech kills off this infantry on the mountain, but also now the mech is threatening these 2 properties. One of which is Bossman's. Ooh, we have an artillery coming out from Stealer, which is going to put pressure on Bossman to build a copter. Otherwise, this artillery is threatening to base lock this in just a couple turns. Yeah, this is why I wasn't a huge fan of that move. There's the copter. Ooh. These tanks do get to come in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I really don't like this tank positioning from Bossman. Definitely bring that guy back further if you're going to do that. because this infantry will kill this guy, and then it's 2 tank first strikes. One from the airport onto you, one from the planes, and they're both Grimm ones too. So that's going to hurt a lot. It might have been better to just let the airport go. We'll see. Ooh, I don't like that. Definitely hit from the planes to let your tank hit from the airport, because it's the one that's actually going to take the retaliation. Although it's not going to be a ton. But it's still going to be some retaliation. Ooh, my gosh, look at... Oh, this guy must have had chip damage on him. It's like... So drastically different. Okay, yeah. This base is now under a ton of pressure. Adder does have the power here. You might see it get used. Infantry just gets taken out. This anti-air is doing work. Probably needed to build something stronger than an infantry up here, though. Otherwise, the city will just get taken. Okay. This move tells me that Bossman does not want to use a normal power. Otherwise, you would use it to go for the city, or you would use it to break this and have an infantry. Go for an interrupt. Yeah, city is definitely going to fall. Mech looks like it's holding its own pretty nicely. Tank is forced just because of this anti-air. These guys have to run away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think... I guess we'll see. If I was Steeler here, I would probably have the tank come in, kill this guy, and then have this tank come in and go after this infantry and then capture the airport. But over here is just under a ton of pressure already. Oh my gosh. Maybe you don't even... I guess you don't even bring the tank down. Like, the base is going to fall. Does end up bringing the tank down. Anti-air comes back. Double anti-air. Alright, boss man, you still have the adder power. It's a nice hit on this tank. Builds a mech here. Ooh. That's a little risky. For sure. Tank does finish off this mech. So the mech ended up trading out for 2 infantry. And just pressure in general, which is not so bad. Nice pressure over here. On this city. Force this infantry up, which is going to be like kind of pretty vulnerable. Now, Grimm has a really strong advantage in the game right now. At the end of Bossman's turn, Bossman is behind in income, behind in unit count, and only ahead in unit value by 100 value. Welcome, Lanny. It's always worth following games, even in fog, so you get notified when they end. And I like to just give people that moral boost, the morale boost of knowing King of the Penguins is watching. All right, we got the medium tank from Grimm. That's definitely a pretty strong vehicle. No Grimm power used. I think there was... Could be wrong. I was wrong. Okay. I thought there might have been a infantry with Grimm power to clear the mech from the base, but I was incorrect. Like, I was not in range. Okay, that seems like a really bad attack, but the idea might be to try and make sure this artillery stays where it is so an anti-air can hit it. We will see. Still no adder power. 17k to 13k. Okay, now we have the adder power. Of course I want to watch the Grimm Mirror. One day you'll get the morale boost too. Okay, that is not a good attack. That's also not a good attack. But I don't know if this had a better attack. This isn't a good attack because you have the 4 health tank. And the 4 health tank can just kill this guy, which will let the 9 health tank go through and I guess interrupt his capture if it really wants to, but it's going to get taken out by this medium tank anyway. The reason why this is not a good attack is because for when it's on a base, so after you hit it, it's just going to heal up. And really that's pretty much actually why. Well, it's because you're going to do only like 2 damage because of the extra defensive terrain. And because it's on an allied base / property, it will just heal that too. I guess this copter is kind of at a loss of targets for targets. Anti-air's here. I guess I can just go beat up this infantry. Yeah, it goes for that. I like that attack though. That's a good one. Actually, if you're gonna go for this mech strike, definitely move this tank in to join in this fight. And then you don't have to leave this guy vulnerable to getting taken out by this medium tank. Nice artillery strike. This is looking good over here, though. Okay. It comes up here. Infantry starts moving down towards these vulnerable properties. This guy's just going to chill here. Okay. So this is the Knuckle Duster, and this is going to do a lot of damage this turn. Plow. Finish the capture. Take out that infantry. We strike over here. We have this nice breakthrough. Hit the artillery. Nicely injuring the only healthy infantry over here. So even though there isn't like a lot currently defending, it doesn't matter. Anti-air gets a nice smack on this mech. Fall back. Make sure that the artillery is sitting on a city that is defending the front lines. So like a tank can hit this infantry, but then even injured, the artillery can serve as a deterrent. We have a copter built here. It looks like this tank is just going to stay here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's doing that to stop this copter from getting a free shot on Grimm's own copter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 without using a power. I would say for Stealer, definitely keep your infantry on the city rather than on the mountain. So you can heal up and be a little bit harder to kill. It probably doesn't matter though. That might just be free funds that you end up giving away with repairs. You'd be worried that Go7 will know your opening if you get a follow. Well, if I need to find... Well, nowadays Rishi downloads every single League game. So everyone's openings are available for everyone. There's no longer like the private library stuff going on. Not that I ever had a private library, but other players had, and I would get access to theirs. You didn't get a morale boost when I followed your game? I'm sorry. And Bossman resigns. I think that's a fair resign. This looks like an absolutely awful experience in the center here. These anti-airs with the mech coverage is just going to plow right on through this. So very well done by Stealer. I think there was some very good zoning there with the Grimm units. A little bit too much was invested in fighting down here. And I like the idea that Bossman had of denying this airport. It's just there wasn't any way of really following up on that. And I like the idea of the recon. The recon opener, I would have swapped it with the base that built it. When I followed your game, you thought, oh great, now Go7 will see all your blunders. I'm not mean about blunders. Everybody blunders. Oh, this is a special one. I thought that this map was absolutely adorable. I'm gonna blow my nose 1 second. Okay. Go7 doesn't know your opening because you forgot yours. Go7 doesn't know my openings because I'm not in Global League. We're not the same. It's very silly. But yeah, I thought this map was absolutely adorable. I hope you guys like it too. Look at that. It's a mini Caustic finale. It's so cute. It even has a missile. Aww, yeah. It's still mixed based even. This is so small. Surprise, surprise, they're both Sami on such a small map. This is sent in as from HeatherFrandall, the person who got a draw against me in the simul. She's pretty good. I guess we'll have them face like that. You know what? Fine. This penguin can face a different direction. It can live its own life. It's adorable, right? Right? It looks absolutely terrifying to play on. There's so many cities. Kindle would probably be very good. This looks fixable. I like how it still has this little situation down here. The capture chains are real. You see, this is another way to address capture chains leading on the player to have specific capture routes, is you just create all of them as capture chains. It's not an actual Global League map yet. Have its. You can play a live game. Good luck. Here we go. This penguin is gonna face a different direction from all the others. That's just how they do. Okay. Interesting. So Bukie is prioritizing capturing towards this comm tower. Heather follows suit. Look at all the capture chain opportunities here. You can go down here for this city, then this city, then this city, then this base. Or you can go here, then 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 take the HQ. Or you can go here, then here, then here, then here, then take the HQ. Or here, 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 take the base. Oh my gosh, everything's a capture chain. We need a huge Caustic finale now. I'll show the name at the. I forgot to ask the guy to include the name inside the map. Oh well. Okay, so we're gonna see a lot of infantry. It is a Sami mirror. Recon would also be. I'd probably be able to recon. It would be able to reach so much. And recon plus infantry kills Sami infantry. Oh, we have an artillery! on such a small map. That's a gutsy buy. We have tank from Heather. Need a Caustic Finale Sax edition. That could be good. This is definitely a double time map. I don't think you're going to make it to Victory March. They're so peaceful. They don't attack each other. They just capture in each other's faces. Oh, never mind. I take that back. I think that's going to actually turn out negative for Bukie, which is like so tragic. Actually, this tank just kills him. What the infantry does. The tank strike, the capture. Get tank strike, put pressure on this artillery. It's setting itself up on the corner. Like this is the meta. It's the same meta opening. Artillery first, go to the corner. Bukie is the maker of Shadows Chase You Spanlessly map. Amazing. Yeah, Bukie made this map. That's what I was told. I don't know how, even though this is the only penguin facing the other way, I expect many others to be following suit whenever I see him. The meta never dies. It still works. Oh my gosh, the aggression to hit that tank with the infantry. Ooh, gets the kill. And the first strike over here. It's brutal. We have the first mech. I mean, I imagine mechs are going to be pretty decent. It's pretty cramped. Oh my gosh, 9 damage. Tank moves out over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's being very sneaky. It's moving away from the artillery, but it has a backward. It can move backwards and threaten to hit it. That's the kind of thing that's very easy to miss, especially if they were playing live. I'm not sure if they were playing live or not. The penguins know. Bukie did not approve of the penguin facing the wrong direction. Sent them off to an early retirement. The single step from the mech? I guess that was to stop the tank from hitting it from the city. But now the mech doesn't cover this. Oh. These are getting captured. We have the anti-air. I mean, it will do a good job at killing infantry. But the anti-air is quite the pick. Oh, and there you go. Do you see it? The sneaky maneuver. Take out that infantry. Heal on up. Okay, I would say that Heather is doing a very good job. The tanks are definitely overwhelming Bukie at this point. You really would have to try and get like, oh no, a medium tank or something. Okay, we have a first strike. We have double tank. Somehow these cities have not been captured. Ooh, very aggressive. That is going to force more than one tank to hit it. And you have to be careful. This is another case of you're moving to a location and it looks like you're doing one thing, but you're actually threatening another. Another thing that a lot of players miss. This infantry, it moves up, it starts capturing the city. But what's the actual threat? It's the HQ. It's very easy to look at this and you could be like, oh, fine, you can just take my city. And then at the next second, it's right there taking your HQ. It doesn't follow. It doesn't, like, complete the capture. Heather's not going to fall for anything like that, though. Double tank, take it out. So many tanks. Okay, we have a tank first strike from Bukie, and we have double time. This is where Sami has almost reached the just negative CO threshold of having no infantry. Okay, that's a pretty good attack. Huge threat that Heather has here. Can just take this HQ actually, because infantry starts capping, infantry blocks, there's only one side to attack from. And one side to attack from is not good enough. Would they even just take out the infantry? It's even worse. Oh no. That's the end for Bukie. There's no way to interrupt this. And Bukie resigns. That was a very cute game. Bukie is flexing too hard. That penguin was not like other penguins. That is called Caustic Mini Lee. I see. Instead of Caustic Finale, it's Caustic Mini Lee. A very nice game. Oh, I actually have another Lillian game. This is Lillian against Nonova. Is it Nonova, as I've been saying, or is it supposed to be No Nova? Oh god, this game is an insane banger. I don't think the artillery ended up firing, but it did secure the capture. It's Nonova. Right, Nonova. We'll make you a couple dice. Against the Lillian, will be yellow comet. We have a Drake versus Kindle. This is a classic matchup. No more Rebel Penguin. Face the right way. Nonova. Nonova. Nova, no. Okay. This is a classic matchup with Drake being more of the long-term CO. If Drake can make it to the supers, then the global damage can just completely push Kindle out of the game. But Kindle has a really good day-to-day and strong normal power, so it's very capable of just getting a strong enough foothold in the game that the supers can't do much at all. Here we go. We'll see if anyone goes for a very aggressive opening here. There's a lot of city skips that you can do on this map. There's lots of like comm tower rushes, because these comm towers are very, very contested. Looks like everyone is just behaving themselves. Maybe Lillian is thinking about rushing the comm tower. And Nova's like, okay, no, I was saying they're behaving themselves. And then Nova goes for recon first on the weak side. That is a gutsy play. Usually you do recon first on your 2-base side, because the thing you don't want is for them to build a tank on their strong side and then be pressuring you. And the recon forces them to build the tank. You're a naughty boy. But I do see this recon is stopping this. It's stopping the city skip double capture. But I imagine we're about to see a tank out of Lillian here. I guess the recon also has the benefit of it can like stand in the middle-ish and threaten over here and over here. And until there's 2 tanks out, it could be really annoying to try and defend against that. Oh my gosh. I see. I don't think this works, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. yeah, this doesn't work. But I'm still excited for the opportunity to see this. Maybe this tank makes it work. I mean, I guess it doesn't work either way. There's no way you can hold it. I'm talking about Nonova taking the airport. Not behaving yourself, indeed. Okay, well, it's gonna work now. I'm amazed that Lillian went for this capture. This is too slow of an artillery for the idea. Lillian's idea is to go here and stop you from taking this airport. But now you can just block with your recon and take the airport. I guess Lillian's like, whatever, I'll just take this city and build an anti-air, and I can do whatever I want. There's no way that you're going to be able to keep up with me in economy. Oh! Nova's like, never mind, I'm not going to go for the airport. Instead, I'm going to take this attack over here. Go for the city. I'm no longer liking this, Nonova. I'm no longer liking this. I know you can't hold it, but you can't hold this either. Okay, lots of infantry moving in here. It's very, 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 very important to move your infantry here and not here. If you move here, they interrupt their capture. Stand on your city that you haven't captured yet and hit you on the bridge. It'd be really, really bad if Lillian was Kindle and got that plus 40%. But that's why this infantry just moves to 2 tiles and not the 3. It's very bad. I think they're looking very good for Lillian. Nonova's capture game was definitely delayed by this charge forth. And now this tank has a really good position. Catch this recon. Very aggressive. Over here, Nonova's totally fine trading out 1 for 1 with infantry, because it's 2 base versus 1 base, so there's just going to be way more infantry for Nonova. Falls back with the recon. Does have... Okay, the tank's covering the recon. The artillery's covering the tank. It's working out. It's working out. And we have another recon. And a float 3k. So this could have been a tank. But Nonova wants 15k for next turn. Wants double tank next turn. Which is really weird to me. I guess it's more important to have the recon now than the tank now. Because you could go like double tank next turn. Or you could do tank this turn, tank recon next turn. But Nonova's wanting the recon now. Lillian should attack here to ruin Nonova's money plan. Doesn't do it though. Does get the Lillian, or Nonova does get the 15k. I like the recon too. There wasn't anything over here yet. We have a recon response. A delayed 1 base recon. That is not something you see every day. You see delayed 2 base recons pretty commonly. And then we have their double tank, which Lillian really should have stopped. Alright, we have the recon coming on over here. Interrupt that capture. Nice, nice. Ooh. No fear. Takes out the recon. Does the classic artillery stares at artillery Tank steers at tank situation. We definitely have a bit of a bottleneck over here. Okay, we'll see how Nonova decides to handle this. Lots of infantry fighting over here. Takes out that guy. Brings the tank up to deal with the recon. Kills off that infantry. Kills off the tank. Join? I guess the join doesn't work, actually. The artillery infantry can clear this. Okay. I think I would have just finished the capture. I don't think that's going to hold very well. We'll see. We'll see. Is an 8 health infantry. A tank shouldn't be able to one-shot without a comm tower at all. And the infantry can't do it either. Decides to clear it like that. Tank just hits the infantry? Oh, I see. That makes sense. I totally forgot about that guy. Tank comes through. It's the artillery. Clears the comm tower. How long do I think this game lasts? I mean, it could last like 20 more turns at this rate. No one's gotten the comm tower. Lillian's got a slight economic advantage. Nonova is in a bit of a pickle, but I mean, Urban Blight can do wonders. Urban Blight does a solid like 10k. It's a one shot off of the comm tower. Gonna be able to clear this with a double sacrifice. Then gets the tank on the comm tower, takes out the infantry, and now Lillian is almost out of infantry on the one base side. Of course, so is Nonova. Who doesn't decide to fire with this. Goes back onto the city, okay? There must be a copter being built. That's the only way you would ever go for that move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, copter gets built over here. That is what? Build a copter here, right? This recon is gonna get you good. Unless the idea is that this tank covers it just fine. Loser has to join the Patreon. Okay, so we have a nice attack from Lillian. There's lots of tanks to fight over here. Very nicely placed by Nonova, though, making sure that this artillery didn't have any targets. It does get to... Oh, but it does get to step back like that. That's a really good step back. Capture right in front of it. Now it protects the airport. That was a very nice move. Luckily, Nonova can rescue this tank at the cost of the last infantry over here. I would have really preferred a copter from this airport. It's very weird to me. Does free the tank. Recon finishes off the tank. Rah! Nice first strike. Tank goes after the recon. So down to 2. Very nice little trap here. Now a copter must be being built. That's the only thing that could be built and reach this. There it is. Another tank. Infantry walked all the way over to start going for this capture. Right. They're actually even-ish in economy here. Whoa, Lillian is feeling so much pressure. Goes for the normal power. There must be some sort of breakthrough that requires this. The infantry dies. You would really prefer to save up for the super. It's a lot better. Oh, I really didn't like that normal power. I guess it slows down the captures of like the comm towers and everything. But that's going to give Nonova a lot of like time before the supers start really hurting. And Nonova doesn't have to deal with the rain slowing everything down over these plains. Ooh. That is a very interesting attack with this copter, because that is in range of the anti-air. So we're going to see something blocking, I assume. But nothing can easily block. I don't think this is actually possible to deal damage without a comm tower, at least. It might have been. The forbidden technique. There's a lot of tanks still. Okay, so the recon. Okay. Joins the tanks together for some money. Get to double base skip tank copter. Anti-air can't reach this copter right now. Yeah, the recon is the main thing standing in the way. It's actually the only thing standing in the way, which I think can easily get cleared out with artillery tank, but then this tank doesn't get shot. Is there a better way to do that? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That doesn't make it around. I guess I kill 2. Yeah, that's pretty good. And probably what, this infantry moves onto this city or something? Or not city, but onto this plains. Tank sacrifices. No, it doesn't. It gets the kill. Who gets the interrupt on this city? No, it doesn't get the interrupt on the city. Wow. No comm tower. That'll do that. Okay, Urban Blight is available. Yeah, this city really should not have been prioritized. It's definitely falling. Okay. I don't know why this tank was used to kill this 1 health tank. The copter doesn't have any targets, really, so it could kill the tank, and then the tank could go after this infantry instead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess either way it takes 6. Copter just flies over here. Okay. Urban Blight, end of turn. Not a huge fan. Those did like 9,000 damage. I'll delay this capture for 1 turn. It could be for the stats to try and keep these guys alive, though. There are a lot of uncapped cities, yeah. It's been a very aggressive game. But the 2 base sides from Lillian Actually, both two base sides are kind of starting to win. Oh my gosh. 3 different tanks just combined together. So unit count dropping for Lillian. And it looks like Nonova is going to get this comm tower. And then there's going to be a big fight over this one. And the income does swing in Nonova's favor. What on earth? That must be a misclick. Was that like a fast click and your capture window like popped over to the side? Not a misclick. Nonova has a plan. Nonova has a plan. The plan is to go for the HQ. Nonova's plan is not to go for the HQ. Because if Nonova's plan was to go for the HQ, this would go here and this would join together. Unless this is like the long, super long con HQ rush that looks very obvious and doesn't have a threatening capture. The plan is to yeet. I mean, I'm ready to see this plan. Okay, Lillian's like, no, stay away. This is my HQ. Nova's like, I don't have a good way of capturing right now. For some reason, I have a 9 HP. Infantry instead of a 10. What do you know? I mean, that almost works. If this was joined together, I mean, these guys are kind of close enough to stop it, though. It almost works if there was a join to a 10 instead of capping at 9. It does definitely bring the fight over here. It gives up all of the other pressure. This might be just HQ cap into lose. Well, that's such a risky move. Oh my gosh. That was an awful awful greed here. If this had been a full health infantry, then this would have been game. So the next turn, you join into a 10. But it's important to note the infantry will be at 9.1 to 9.6 HP. No, it won't. If you join units together, this is actually in my health and damage video. If you join units together, they top off. They add the HP, so like this has 1 HP. They just add those numbers together and then top it off. No worries. It's very all other healing in the game works how you're thinking. Joins are the only thing that's different. If you have two 1% health units, 2 1% health infantry, they'll both show 1 HP. You'll join those suckers together and you'll have a 20% health infantry. The value. Exactly, MathBlitz. Exactly. Okay. What you really needed to do is just join the turn before if you're going to go for the HQ cap. But okay. Oh my gosh. He attacks. He attacks and then the comm tower capture. I guess you were just trying to get your power or something. You're definitely trying to get your power. You shouldn't have capped the tower. Oh. Is there going to be some sacrifices that mess you up? Is that really better than hitting this copter? Oh no, you need to hit this copter. Urban Blight hit this copter? Or Urban Blight just stand there? I guess it wouldn't matter because Lillian is going to have the normal power anyway. Oh, the sacrifices. Ah. Lillian's captures, or positioning was super greedy. I don't think the sacrifices are actually necessary here. Copter infantry probably clears this, right? Or I guess even just double copter. Although they are Drake copters. It's okay. Yeah, at this point, the HQ cap was kind of all in on, and Nonova has to resign there. So that infantry might have lived, but it wouldn't have mattered. There's no way it would have lived at 2. Because you capped twice with 9. You had 2 more capture points to go through. It would have lived at 1. Oh, his first infantry. I see. I don't think this infantry sacrifice is maybe necessary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can clear that pretty easily. Maybe it is. So Shadow wins. Well, GG. Next time, I've made this mistake too. But yeah, next time, you just join on your way to the HQ, and then you would have won. Okay. Twiggy. Where's PunisherIceman? You don't know, man? You don't think joining on the way would have done it? I think it would have. I don't think you needed to go for the HQ either, but I like the attempt. You don't think so? You'd be capping with a 10 HP infantry instead of a 9. Or were you not able to protect it? Lose the blocker. You think it was sound? Okay, okay. Okay, we got Twiggy and PunisherIceman. Yeah, I think you were in a pretty good spot. Alright, you face to the right. You face to the left. Okay. From Wharf to Wilds. This is a classic map. Yeah, rushing the... This is another case of a really long capture chain. Up here. Actually, here, then here, then here, then here's... It never happens that you go here, then here, then here, then here, because you get interrupted by harassment. This map will be the next replay you send in. Oh, that's pretty exciting. PunisherIceman doesn't like it. It is base light. Base light is annoying. Now there's some differences in opinions in the community over this. I personally think that you go for this area last because it's just so safe to go for these captures, and all of these other properties get contested very early. I also need to move this map. There we go. Oh, never mind. It was a fake out. PunisherIceman faking me out. Just another route to this property. Okay. Twiggy. Heading down into the middle. Ooh, Twiggy delayed going for this airport, which is going to mean that all of these captures are also getting delayed, which will give PunisherIceman an opportunity to interrupt them. Got 9k for Twiggy, so we have our tank. PunisherIceman's got 10k. I assume we're going to respond with a tank. There it is, tank to tank. And infantry is built over here, which is pretty interesting. We'll see where it goes. It might be just to like back up over here or something. Comm tower captured. Could technically have been delayed one more turn, but it's not like that other infantry would have had a great job anyway. Ooh, the tank moves straight over to the airport side, anticipating, I guess, some sort of harassment, or maybe to harass. Oh, this isn't that city. I see. PunisherIceman follows suit, moving the tank over here. Double tank. I was thinking that last turn, PunisherIceman could have built an artillery in order to get a copter this turn. Would have been pretty wild. I don't think base light fog works. I think that's pretty bad. I mean, it works, but I don't think it's very healthy. The infantry constraint is just so rough for fog. It's rough for all modes, but you do rely on your infantry a lot for vision and information and all that stuff, as well as the captures. Okay, so we have copter built here. Intelligent systems is great. You can meme with missiles. That is true. All right, PunisherIceman. We have the infantry conga line to interrupt this city. And all of these fights for just unit versus unit is definitely going to favor PunisherIceman because Vumbolt has the superior stats over Hawke. Okay. Hawke infantry clears this guy out. There's now a lot of pressure being put on this city. Ooh, and moving back to heal this guy up. Tank comes around here to kind of match the aggression. Copter does get a free shot on this infantry, but it's not that big of a deal. There isn't any good follow-up to finish the infantry off or to, like, threaten the city. Everything's still 2 turns out as anti-air is approaching this copter and all of these infantry. There's nothing over here right now that deals with this anti-air. You just get to walk over to the other side, protected against the copter. Ooh. Yeah, I guess there wasn't quite enough over here to defend, in which case you probably don't go for this capture. I guess it's not that bad. It does mean that this guy doesn't go for this capture, instead it interrupts you. Or maybe it doesn't. We'll see. I guess PunisherIceman always has the out of just walking back to this city to heal up. We have the artillery from Twiggy. Who doesn't go for the hit. Just goes for the city. And then the nice strike from this anti-air. While the tank is not able to interrupt. Or not able to hit back because of the forest movement. Which also makes it so nothing can interrupt this infantry because the anti-air is in the way. Well, I mean, the copter can. But it gets hit by the anti-air for it. Mathlet's saying the bottom right cities were captured in the wrong order. You prefer capturing this one first and then this one? So that you can't be interrupted so easily. This copter's gone the full distance, all the way over. Right. So this city will be captured by Twiggy, but it is set up to be cleared and then recaptured. Or not recaptured, but then captured by PunisherIceman next turn. Assuming this anti-air gets out of here. Run away with the anti-air. Okay, we're just gonna keep this formation over here. Artillery guarding all of these infantry. There isn't a nice... Well, there is a little bit of a breakthrough, but it's not good enough. Well, there's no infantry. I thought this guy could walk across. That's not the case. There's an ocean tile right there. Here we do have our double hit. Go for the capture. There are some units coming down here to contest this, though. We have a giant infantry wall in the mountains here. It's not that big, but it's big for this map. From city to mountain. And it's supported by anti-air, 2 tanks, and 2 copters. So we'll see if Twiggy tries to fight this or just let the city go. Letting the city go means that Twiggy never should have gone for the city, because this will just be getting 1k income but losing an entire infantry for it. So it looks like Twiggy's gonna let the city go but also attack in, which is a weird play. Okay. If Twiggy wanted to interrupt the city, they had to use the copter to strike from the mountain, but that's more vulnerable to being taken out by the anti-air. Right now, this anti-air can't hit this copter. Although a copter can hit the copter. Ooh. Infantry sacrifices itself to make this attack better. This tank really doesn't have a good... I guess it doesn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, we have anti-air comes in to kill this 8 health infantry. But follow-up isn't great. It's like tank. Yeah. I mean, you get copter tank to kill this tank, which is what happens. But it's not a great attack to hit this infantry. Arguably, you don't finish this capture, and instead you put your infantry here to protect the copter. But at the same time, it's pretty much fine for this anti-air to strike here when there's this many tanks around. And the economic swing is a big deal. It really comes down to whether or not you think the game is going to go on a little bit longer, or if you think the fight is strong enough that it just ends on the spot. Okay. Anti-air gets hit. Attack in here. Copter versus copter. Ooh, it's not a chained copter. That's a very good attack for Hawke here. The artillery is in a very aggressive spot, but guarded by a lot of infantry. And then this guy is just barely out of range. So we'll see here. We try to attack through. PunisherIceman is up 2k, which is nice. Means that, well, considering how bad this breakthrough ended up being, having the infantry step off to block instead of capture looks like it would have been the better play. But that's a tough call to make. Tank just hits tank. No fear. Okay, trying to make sure that this copter isn't easily killed off. So making... Although I think it is easily killed off, sadly. Artillery kills this. Copter kills copter. Infantry kills infantry. Anti-air kills copter. You just break through, yeah. Didn't even need to use the normal power here. I'm kind of surprised that Twiggy is doing so. I guess it's more for this attack then. Whoa. I guess it doesn't. I guess it's because this is 1 health. What? I guess Twiggy didn't see it, or didn't want to have the anti-air hit the copter. How'd it go, Fluffy? Okay, well, I think that could have gone worse. It's still not great though. Yeah, this copter is very exposed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is chained together, but is now within base range, so it's not like you would want to attack in there. You get the tank shot on this artillery, which is nice, as well as to clear up this entire section of the map of infantry, which then leaves these cities very exposed. I was gonna say, why isn't he going on that city? But it's because these guys are, I guess this copter is very threatening. And And now Twiggy has to really respect the Von Bolt Super. This is a baseline map, so there's not a ton of units to have at your disposal in order to make a magnet. And it looks to me like Twiggy might not be respecting the Von Bolt Super, because everything just clustered together in almost a perfect cross pattern there. So we have the attack in. Ooh, that leaves open a copter first strike. Bam. Probably wouldn't do this attack yet until after the super, unless you really need that charge there. Might have mattered. Ex Machina. Kablam. Unfortunately, it does hit the complete front instead of like a little bit further back, where you can kill off the front units that aren't stunned, and then there's no counterattack. But it's still, this is still good. Especially if it was able to stun both of these, then the anti-air wouldn't even get a hit on this copter. Okay. Yeah, Stake doesn't cover that, but a copter does cover. Copter goes down. Tank first strike. That was not a great attack. That did 2 damage. 6 health tank did 2 damage. Von Bolt, man. Two damage, take 5. Very sturdy indeed. Your opponent knew the basic tips and advice, as well as decent positioning, but nowhere near enough to stop you. Fluffy unstoppable. Okay. Well, I imagine this is going to be a very nice turn, filled with a lot of attacks. I'm not quite sure why this is the first move, but that is okay. Oh, it's just to... I see, it's just to bring the tank back. Get it out of the way. Wait, why are you doing that? The artillery... I thought the artillery was placed here to kill this guy. Okay. Okay, so I don't like this. Definitely copter anti-air hits this tank for sure. And then you have an anti-air like threatening this entire section of the map. Artillery can just kill the tank. And then you have like a whole bunch of other nice tank shots over here. I don't know why the 7 health tank is going after this guy. I guess you really wanted this line. Very awkward. You move planar with this and then forgot about it. Oh no. That can happen. Oh. Twiggy trying to test fate there. The black wave. Twiggy. Oh, Twiggy didn't have enough enough charge. I see. I was like, didn't need to lose that tank if you're just gonna heal it up, but okay. Middle is a trap. It's true. Copter flies back over here. Lots of tank attacks. Everything outside of the artillery range, of course. And then a Neo tank is built. It's a big beefy unit. It'll also work very nicely as a magnet. There we go. Now we have the tank anti-air strike. Very good. To take out these copters, or at least them up a bit. Lots of healing to do. Fall back, fall back. Copter kills off this guy before it does something nefarious, like step onto the airport, or eventually finish capturing the harbor. Another copter. Okay. I mean, at this point, PunisherIceman is up by 11 units. It's going to be really tough to come back in this for Twiggy. Although, quite a few kills are going through. Ooh, the copters joined together. They are out of range of the anti-air, at least. Killed the tank, but that's not a safe tank to kill. Like, there's a lot of backup for that guy. Okay. So that was a lot of destruction. Still behind in unit count. Which is, of course, not ideal. But it is what it is. And here, PunisherIceman gets a nice punish on all those units that just went forward to attack their stuff. And I think once these copters come over, this Neotank might be in a little bit of trouble. But PunisherIceman probably should actually get something that can deal with that Neotank a little bit better than just some copters. So there we go. PunisherIceman banks 10k. Probably going to get a Neotank of their own. Tank barely lives. Neotank kills a tank, as it do. Ooh, but PunisherIceman almost has the Vombolt super. And if the Neotank gets stunned and then the artillery goes into its range and then the copters attack, it's going to be GG for the Neotank. PunisherIceman's feeling like now is the time. Time to sacrifice a lot to get the super. That was a nice breakthrough on the left side there. This is making me feel like the Ex Machina might not have been worth it, but we'll see. I mean, it does stun the Neotank, and then the artillery gets to be put in position. So it is good. And then Twiggy resigns. Some of the sacks at the end there, little iffy, but I think it worked out not pretty nicely anyway. GG. The focus definitely was on the center, but you can see most of the property exchanges kind of happen on the sides. Is usually where people end up losing. Well, copters, there's only one left. PunisherIceman had a nice breakthrough. I don't know if that was probably a roll, but it worked out. Okay. Got TestingCarp. On Potato Paradox. Just quite the name. Well, what should you take from that one? I think I do like the sacrifices you were going for, especially when you saw the opportunities to use the super. But I was feeling very sketchy about the sacrifices at the end there. The play on the sides, I think, could definitely use some work. There was almost like a hyper focus on the middle, which is where like the big brawl happens. but those sides is where most of the properties are. If you had like gone over to the side when you had your copter and anti-air set up to hit the tank, that would have been very good. But I think overall you did a very good job. There was the time where you could have decided not to finish the capture and instead set up a really nice wall so that you wouldn't get broken through on. Yeah, there's only the 2 properties in the middle and they're very contested. Yeah. For the sides, you can get like 6. It's very hard for them to reinforce it. Where's the potato? That's a good question. It's called Potato Paradox, so there might not even be a potato. I'm not seeing a potato. The design in the middle is not very potato-esque. I don't know. Air's pretty good with a closed mid, that's true. And it's also a slightly forward... I guess it's not. It's like... fronts are... or the 2 sides are like this and this. It's a very middle-ish airport. Math Blitz is on vacay. Congratulations. I don't know who sent this in. I think it might have been XRumbling. Could have been TestingCarp. I'll make XRumbling for the pink ones though. The roads do make would be a very weird potato. Very weird indeed. It's not a very mid-port airport. It's just a pretty mid-airport. Okay. It's Von Bolt versus Sasha. It's a fun matchup. Sasha can use that extra money to usually either out-tech Von Bolt to help fight the stats or get like a lot of copters and artillery to put the pressure on Von Bolt and kind of deal with the stats that way. We have a fast tank from Sasha on the 2 base side here. And Von Bolt's going for a very fast comm tower. I guess it's just kind of how the map naturally progresses. I would think that recon openers would be pretty strong here. There's so many roads and properties in the middle. We're going to go with the tanks. Ooh. Xrumbling with the double tanks on the bottom here. The triple tanks, just sticking to pure tanks. This is okay to do kind of like early on, but you're going to want to transition out of tanks as Sasha. Otherwise, you're just going to be stuck with a really tough matchup against the Von Bolt tanks. I like it. Stepping past the comp tower to go for this, which it looks like what will soon be a pretty contested property. So if you can get it right now, that will be ideal. We have an artillery and then 2 infantry and a copter. The fighting hasn't started quite yet, so you can get away with this without feeling too punished. Alright, the double tanks, they're moving forward. Of course, Von Bolt tanks on cities, very hard to deal with. It's somewhat difficult to front shift through the mountains, but you can always retreat very easily to front shift, because this is all road. I think I played on this map on the alt, and I went with like a triple recon opener. Is that right? It's starting to look familiar. That's okay. So TestingCarp is moving forward here. Yeah, so no need to try and contest these guys. If they want to stand on that city, they can stand on it. Well, this is a guaranteed 2-hit KO for Von Bolt. Is the 20% firepower. Lets that happen. No luck necessary. Okay. Really, this is kind of a tough fight for these Sasha infantry. The Von Bolt ones will definitely do a number. I would probably fall back with these infantry rather than moving forward like this, because the Von Bolt infantry would love to have a fight over here. There's an anti-air on its way to help cover. Sasha is up in economy here. We have another anti-air. No, we have the first anti-air. Then tank artillery. So no tech ups yet. Hopefully it'll be okay though. Okay. Attacks are coming in for Von Bolt. You can see how good they are, even when attacking from not great terrain. Lots of anti-air. There is a tank for Sasha over here, and the only thing he has to worry about is this copter kind of front shifting up. Oh, everything joined together there. Okay, just out of range of the anti-airs. Not out of range of this copter. So Von Bolt is going to have some attacks available here. We'll see how it ends up going down. Definitely go copter, anti-air, kill tank, and then the anti-air is covering the copter against the other copters. That is exactly what Von Bolt is doing. As well as also lets this attack on this property happen. Anti-air zooms on up. Go for the repairs. I like it. Stands in the way. I probably would have just repaired the 5 health. I don't think you need this guy standing in the way. There's no like tank or anything threatening. Just kind of falls back over here. Looking good. Builds another copter. There's the medium tank from Sasha. Starting to tech up. And let the higher technology units deal with those increased stats on the base units like the tanks. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Joining way too much stuff together here. The unit count is going to fall. Especially because this still just gets two-shotted. Yeah. That was not advisable. And now we have the nice transition. These copters, like we were saying at the start, they can front shift very easily over the middle. And now everything over here can be attacked. There is an anti-air and a copter. But the triple anti-air, or the 4 copters, are kind of overloading those defenses currently. The medium tank does get a nice attack, though. We'll see if it can do anything with that. Because on the top, Von Bolt is just running over Sasha at this point. So we do have the anti-air strike, and then the market crash, draining all of the charge from Von Bolt. It's very rare that Von Bolt ever gets the super against Sasha. It can happen. Especially if the Sasha goes for war bonds. but it's very rare. Okay. So Sasha's doing all right in this fight down here. It's definitely a brawl, but big losses at the top here. And now the comm tower is going to be under threat. Anti-air goes down. Ooh, and there's a breakthrough on the reinforcing units. Anti-air gets to hit this artillery. Now these copters, I mean, this guy can still get a nice hit here, and they can pretty easily block this anti-air from interrupting. But the copter presence from Von Bolt looks like it's gonna be able to ward off any of these attacks. Medium tanks are nice, but they're not quite like invincible. The market crash. Attack on in here. The refires. You get to kill off infantry. Some favorable engagements here. That copter does go down. There's two more over here. This anti-air is still threatening this. Yeah, I have to block it off. Kills off these infantry. But nothing's able to deal with this incoming infantry pressure. And there's two more captures that are going to fall. I do like that this was blocked off. So this anti-air doesn't just start eating all of these up. Copter goes down here. Just finds the pickoffs that it can. Although this is in range of these other copters. So not ideal. Yeah, probably fall back with this anti-air. The artillery looking very scary with it. But we have the medium tank built on this weak side now. Try and stop this advance from getting too far. And then the Neo tank is built for Von Bolt. He's actually gone ahead of Sasha in economy. Sasha's at 19 properties. Von Bolt's at 23. That is not easy to deal with. A couple of ice retreats while finishing caps and reroutes around back probably wins. Yeah, I agree. As long as Von Bolt doesn't overextend, I think that Sasha's gonna have a heck of a time staying in this game. Does go for this property though. A huge amount of blockers going for this comm tower. Tank decides to come in here to stop this cap. Copter switching up here. Tank's getting for the heals. He gets in the way. And there runs back. Okay. This Neo tank is kind of untouchable. These guys are going to get attacked a lot. We will see if they're... I mean, as you can see, there's going to be a lot of losses. This is an overextension, but we'll see if it is able to get the comm tower. And if it's able to hold the comm tower, then it can maybe justify itself. It is going to get the comm tower. Ooh, what a nice block off here. It is breakable though. We'll see. I think the Neo tank is going to get the nice hit on this medium tank, unless it really wants to go for this infantry. You have the comm tower captured. Anti-air strike. Copter strike. I guess killing off this anti-air actually makes the most sense. Goes for the medium tank. Yeah, I think the anti-air would be good because then these copters are just untouchable. And it'll be pretty easy to take the city back. Not quite sure why that was. Why this guy was sacrificed? I'm not sure what's going on with all of these infantry sacrifices. It looks really bad. Kind of fall back. Pretty close to super. I mean, 3 bars away. There's going to be a Sasha normal power for sure here. We'll see how much it drains. He'll probably get away with just using the normal power right away, but it's fine. If Sasha doesn't use a normal power here, then it's very gutsy. Ooh, that is incredibly gutsy. Must have calculated that there's not any, like, cheeky maneuver. There's 100% cheeky maneuvers here. That is a game-losing power hold. What? No! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kills infantry. Which is... I mean, this is a double comm tower von bolt. This also kills an infantry in 1 hit. I'm pretty sure the super would land here. Oh my gosh, no. Okay, well, there was definitely a von bolt super available that turn, although it probably would have taken some sacrifices. But Sasha should be thanking her lucky stars that von bolt didn't go for any. Get the market crash. Boom, there goes all that charge. Take attacks up here. Medium tank hits the artillery. Ooh, kills the artillery. Very nice. Air attacks. A lot front switching up there. Everything front switching up there, actually. It is going to leave, like, this property is going to be very exposed. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that comm tower is definitely getting interrupted. Like so. Super interrupted. Protect the anti-air. Very good. For the capture, Neotank decides to just front switch up here. Makes sense. And then you're just facing a wall of infantry out down here. This copter can go in. Excuse me. Or no, it can't. Never mind. The fighter actually is going to pop this guy. You agree with the fighter? Sasha fighter, spicy. In it goes. Takes out the copter. Anti-air survives. It goes down. Market crash right away. Take out the copter. Take out the tankish. Tank goes down. Okay. It's a big old brawl. But it's looking to go in Sasha's favor so far. It's definitely, reinforcement-wise, it's definitely in Sasha's favor, as we saw the fighter got to attack immediately. You're hearing an echo. I'm sorry. You might be hearing my cold. Math Blitz, you don't think you're cut out to review games? Tactical mistakes make you irrationally angry. Oh no. Nova, you got 2 tabs. There you go. You're just so excited. Gotta have 2 penguins. Decubird is also very excited. Okay, so Von Bolt is moving on back. Sort of. I mean, this is still like within striking distance. Usually when you retreat, you want to retreat to a distance that isn't quite so close. But it is still moving back towards the double bases, which is going to help. Surprised the city actually held on. Ooh. Sasha has the reverse pressure over here. Has a very nice value lead. Oh. Ooh, look at that. That's a lot of cities falling to Sasha right now, which is gonna force Von Bolt to act. Does break through. The tanks and the copters will one-shot the infantry on the roads, guaranteed right now. Okay. Good attack. Take out. Whoa. I imagine this kills... It might not kill the artillery. Goes after the anti-air, though. Right. Ooh. Perfect blocking over here by TestingCarp. That city is going to 100% fall. These infantry need to not try and hold a line over here. They need to fall back towards the base, because these tanks are just going to rip them to shreds. Okay. Economy's falling back in Sasha's favor. Fighter fails to kill copter. You hate to see it. Luckiest artillery in the world. Tank strike, medium tank. Smack, smack. Copter hits copter. Sasha's been doing a very good job of keeping the Von Bolt copters down. We do have double Von Bolt Neotanks over here. This isn't even close to being in range. It's just 2 free hits. Okay. Tank goes back to heal. Kill off the artillery. New tank goes after the medium tank. That's pretty good. Copter goes down. Tank gets hit. Ooh. That was a very aggressive play. A nice hit, though. It's looking kind of scary now. There isn't real... Like, Von Bolt needs to build, like, just an anti-air over here. And then everything else down here to try and hold. This Neotank doesn't reach anything. Sasha doesn't have any more charge right now. So... The Von Bolt Super. Oh my gosh. Von Bolt needs 30k to make it to the Super. Sasha needs 36, or I guess 32k more to make it to the normal power. The increasing price of the powers has started to sneak up on Sasha. Oh. Well, you hate to see it. You attack and get a 6-7. Yeah. This is going to be a Von Bolt Super. And it's going to hit right here. Oh. But look at this. Sasha is unable to guard every side of this for some reason. Guess didn't want this tank to get a shot. Well, I mean, the copter can just interrupt this. That might magnet this down. Actually, Von Bolt can magnet the Super down here by just killing off a Neotank, I imagine. or okay, I should say manipulate the super down there. That's exactly what happens. Kaplow. And now all of these vehicles are going to die. And the fighter's going to go down 2. This anti can get in range. Oh, so many strikes. The bomber's somewhat uncontested at least. But that's looking really... Yeah, if you use the move planner, there's a button that will tell you where the supers are going to land. I just had to blow my nose. And then you can move the units around and it'll like recalculate it. Which will be how you determine what you need to do to get the missile to land in a certain spot. You can also do it by hand. That's what I was doing on my alt with no move planner. It's a lot slower. It died for a moment for you too. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, I think at this point, Sasha is actually just dead. Yeah, there's the resign. I don't think there was actually a way to stop the HQ cap. GG. That was a very back and forth game. Whistles innocently. Yeah, I muted it to blow my nose. No worries. GG, GG. Right. Oh, we have a Humita game. Oh, and it's this game. It is Humita. Yeah, there was an apple for just a second. But it's not apple time yet. We have Humita versus LVJD. LVJD is a legendary player. They're primarily known for their standard play and going for very wonky, off-meta builds. And one of my goals for defeating standard mode was to beat LVJD in a standard game, which I accomplished. But now they have come back. They were gone for quite a while, but now they've come back and they started up with Fog first before anything else. So we'll be seeing a very strong, one of the strongest standard players in the world, playing a Fog game against Humita, who I think is a very strong Fog player. So I have high expectations. We will see how it goes. Humita is playing as Jake, who's pretty good. Definitely one of the 2 top, maybe one of the 3 top tier 4 COs. And then we have LVJD, who's playing as Sami, who normally in standard is a tier 2 CO, but in Fog gets downgraded all the way to tier 4 and is very difficult to play. However, if anyone can play Sami, I would imagine it would be LVJD. And Sami does have a nice quirk to this map because her landers get an extra movement point. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is what most people can do. Sami can go 1 more 7 and drop off down here in 1 turn, which is a pretty nice boon. And also how how these guys are being dropped off down here right now. Ooh, there's a base. This is what I'm talking about. We got a base skip. Base skip for a tank on day 5, which I would not recommend. But if your name is LVJD, you can do what you want. This is, I assume, in anticipation of a recon harassment up here. Walks past the city to go for the more contested ones. Very, very, very dangerous to do in fog. But we'll see how it works out. Recon does get a nice hit and good vision. Doesn't see that these guys have kind of snuck down along the side, but on this map you kind of have to anticipate that they've snuck down along the sides, especially if you see that this harbor isn't captured. It's like, what has this lander been doing? It must have been deploying down here. Okay. The recon dropped off over here. Looks like LVJD will be prepared for it. Be very daring to go for this city capture, but it's also 100% free. The recon actually couldn't even reach. The mech gets dropped off. Infantry there. Infantry just falls back. Goes for this one instead. Sure, sure. So when we're looking at these city skips, this is like capture calculus. It's fine to skip the cities in the long run. The downside to skipping the city is that you're not getting the money as soon. But as you can see here, this city gets captured sooner than normal. So it's going to make up for the fact that this one wasn't captured as soon. Like this gets a 2-turn delay, but this is captured 2 turns earlier. So that's just a wash. That's how you can get away with these city skips and not fall behind economically. It's only going to hurt you in the short term. But the benefit is that you have more map presence. It's a delicate art though, because if you don't have enough money in the early game, you can just kind of die, as you just don't have the vehicles to fight your opponent. And that's why the like standard opening is to capture inside out. So you capture inside your base or inside your area outwards, everything closest first, and then out you go, so that you're getting as much money early on as possible to maximize the potential production of your vehicles, or of building vehicles. But as you get very comfortable with playing the game and managing your economy, you can do stuff like this. You can just walk by the properties that normally you would be capturing right away to go for these contested ones. You sent a replay between yourself and Rip that shows your opening for this opening tech for this map. Oh, very nice. This is a Sami thing. At 7 health and greater, Sami will still capture cities in 2 turns. It's very handy. I'm not sure why LVJD went for that boost. Unless it's just to reveal. No, I don't know at all, actually. Because this doesn't get... I guess it gets to this forest sooner? And maybe the idea is... maybe the idea is to show Humita that you can indeed remove the black boat from the HQ. Something Sami's very comfortable with doing. But if Humita moves his black boat off, then a victory march could just win the game immediately. Okay, then we have the transport copter. I like it. Humita goes for the comm tower. Does have good vision and double recon over here, so this does look very safe to go for. Ooh, tank is going to get some value. This tank was definitely not worth base skipping for, by the way. It could have been here if it was built several turns later. But that is okay. I'm reaching again? Reaching for what? The tank hit. Looks like this infantry got trapped on the comm tower. Helicopter comes over, drops the mech right off. Very nice. You suspect the black boat move was a mistake? It might have been. I think it was probably just to go for this forest. I wouldn't expect LVJD to misclick like that. I don't think it was to show Humita to that you can remove the black boat, though. That was just a joke. Okay. So Humita has a pretty strong strike force looking over here, but there's only these two infantry right now. So it's pretty, yeah. LVJD can clear that up pretty nicely. And then the mech capturing here is going to be pretty hard to deal with as soon as this infantry steps forward to block this side of the comm tower. Ooh, it doesn't though. LVJD, very cautious. Must not expect the army to be down here. Lots of transport copters. I like to see it. So this gets taken out. Definitely didn't expect the army down here. Kind of just sits on the comm tower, nice and safe. This mech here does defend this capture, so you could still go recon infantry, but the counterattack would be pretty brutal. I'm not saying you don't remove the black boat, but you don't need to do it like right away. You do it once you have the opportunity to use it for a good reason. Down you go. Mech is nicely guarding this tank while the mech is guarding the other mech. We have mech. We've got the mech chains. Well, this is classic little positioning there. This is where you could often see the mech being described as like a pseudo artillery. You just put the infantry in front of the mechs, and then the mech guards the infantry. Have a good one, Mr. R. Okay, very, 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 very little presence in the middle here. And not much harassment has actually gone through with these recons so far. Like this got taken out, but for the most part, they, oh my gosh, are being warded off by these mechs. So this recon goes way up here. Copter strike. I would prefer, I think, if the recon went into the forest at least. And then here I would kill off this tank. Ooh. I guess it's fine to retreat with the tank, but it's going to be better to finish this guy off and just suck up the mech hit. The mech hit is pretty scary. Is there a way to hit the mech? Oh, there was a way to hit the mech with this guy. Yeah, this guy hit the mech. Recon here. Copter tank kills this tank. Then you can go for the capture. A little bit of a misplay there. That's okay. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a misplay. The mech will still be like at 6. So that'll hurt. You kill an entire tank for it, and then there's a city right here. And you have follow-up to finish off the mech. I think that'd be the way to go. Ooh, LVJD, no fear. We also have no recons built, which is probably why there's a little bit of misplays going on with where the army is. You have the heals. There's this. This is what I was talking about before. The Sami starts the capture, blocks this tile, and then there's nothing that Humita has that does enough damage to stop this comm tower capture from going through. Ooh, and it's guarded by this artillery so nicely. We'll see here. Humita has a pretty strong force over here. LVJD has just the mech spam going. Okay, so that is in range of this anti-air. Not that Humita would know that. You just fall back here. Okay. Really scared of these mechs. You have to, you really have to pick them off before they accumulate into a lot of mechs. Even if it means you take some shots. Oh, yeah, he could have built some AA there. Because anti-airs will one-shot mechs. So down goes that copter. Capture gets stopped. The comm tower is acquired by LVJD. Lots more mechs. Transport copter is being used very well. We should see this guy start to go back. Yeah. So this is the tough thing about dealing with transports, is you often want to use them as like a blocker, but you have to make sure to make that a temporary duty so that they can go back to transporting stuff. Yeah, we do have a mech diamond. They're all guarding each other. Humita, I think, is just a little too scared of the mechs. Hacking in here. Gonna get punished by the artillery. It's gonna do like psychological damage. Like, you can attack this for sure. Okay. Well, it hits the infantry. It's over here. That's not great. So what's going to happen here is the mech is going to start capturing the comm tower, and then the 4 health infantry is going to step on the mountain and kill this guy, and then this mech's going to kill this infantry. And the mechs will all still be together. Oh, it didn't happen like that. But yeah, there's the psychological damage. Artillery kills infantry. Wiped out. Oof. Mech goes in, hits the recon. Then LVJD starts front switching down here. Lots of attacks. Brings in some more mechs. Or mech. Goes for the capture. Imagine kills off this infantry. Yep. And then step into the forest. Yeah, LVJD is getting a lot of free hits. Center is a trap in this map, but maybe this is because of the mechs. PK. Smack? Okay. Humita has decided to start attacking. This is a little unfortunate, sadly, because this is all going to happen right before a super would be available, which means that these units will be able to be fought with LVJD's power, but not be available for Humita's own super. So this is going to hurt. But at this point, I think Humita's like, why haven't I been fighting these units? But sadly, there's been a lot of losses in the meantime. So if Humita had the super that turn, or maybe just like held off for one turn to get the super, I think that would have been pretty nice. But here, LVJD can actually just get the Victory March. And Victory March is, of course, +2 movement, and all foot soldiers can instantly capture properties. And they also get like +60% attack or something like that. So these mechs are going to just wipe out everything. Like so. Take the property, and take the property. Take the property, and take the property. And take the property. Yeah, that is a game-ending turn right there. Poor 4 health tank. Oh, the infantry made sure he had a friend. Okay. Yeah, that's looking very GG. We have the block rock. When Sami goes for these victory marches, oftentimes the units are very exposed. So you can potentially get a lot of kills. But unfortunately, Humita had just gone in with an attack before the super was available and kind of got wiped out by the mechs. So I think this is just super into resign. Yeah. GG. You can't, you gotta respect, it's tough. Mechs are, you gotta like kill them off before they build up into a mass like that. Oh. That infantry hit the, did it really hit the pipe? For 2 damage. For an infantry to hit the pipe for 2 damage, it has to have plus 100% damage. And it's at 99. Wow. It actually hit it for 2. Victory March with 2 towers, yeah. GG. Humita had the right idea starting this game off with the recon pressure. And I think LVJD kind of flubbed a lot of the opening. But Humita was way too respectful of these mechs, I think. They just kind of devoured everything with no repercussions. And the anti got good value too. But very nice setups by LVJD. Making sure not to overextend. Infantry wiping out enemy infantry. Meh. Infantry doing 2 damage to a pipe. Hype. It's true. It's true. I don't deny it. Two units that frustrate you the most are Mex and Artie. They're tough to deal with. I understand. Oh, this is the map that Elise wanted me to cover. Here we go. I have yet to see a game on this map. It's called China's Containment. It's a big map. This is the map that Elise has gotten very excited about. More so than even Sacks of Terror. Which is quite the achievement. So it's very big. It's very naval. I believe they're playing with high funds. No, they're playing with like super. Well, actually, how many properties do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they're playing with super high funds. They have 3,000 funds per property. How is Drake not broken on this map? That is a good question. Well, Andy does have like the strongest navy. Okay. Habits, is this getting tested for league play? It's apparently a fog map. It's a super high funds fog map, so I guess not. We already have someone who is the Penguins, so we'll make this person the yellow comment. We can face towards the right. You can face towards the left. Okay. And you can tell this is an Elise map, because I'll go back here. We can look at the FTA counter here. Using your MC Veto on this map. Yeah, you can see the FTA counter here is this black boat. It's infantry and black boat. That way, player 2 is faster on from this port and everything that this port extends out to. And then player 1 will be faster on the other port. Assuming you notice that you have to build double black boat. If you don't notice that, then you are in a lot of trouble in this game. So your turn 1 plays, I believe these are also, I think these harbors are ghosted. A ghosted just means that in the map creation, they put a unit on it from a country that isn't in the game. Like Black Hole or whatever, and then when you start the game, it's going to act as though there is a unit standing on it in terms of like production and spawning units. So this just means that you can't build from these harbors, essentially. So here you can see player 2 faster here, and then player 1 is going to be faster from this one. To balance the turn advantage. Some aggressive carriers. So these harbors are just making money, and they're a point to refuel and repair. Okay. There are airports on this map, which I am somewhat surprised by, because usually on naval maps at least, the airport kind of just takes over. There's also a neutral base here. Okay. because I guess that's why there's carriers to try and shut down these airports. There's actually multiple airports. We'll see how it turns out, but usually airports ruin naval maps. I don't know why there are missiles here. I'm not sure what these missiles are accomplishing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess if you are grit, you could 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you were grit and you use your super, you can, I don't know. Maybe they're there to be picked up by a lander and then dropped off over here or something. Okay. So all of these captures are going to be pretty valuable, of course. I'm surprised that this guy did not drop off an infantry down here. But I guess the priority is actually to drop off by this harbor so that they start building very centralized boats since they have so much money. I would definitely prioritize going for these harbors over going for the neutral base. The neutral base is basically useless. It's going to be another place to build infantry from. Well, Drake does really well against the air because he hits all of their fuel on a map this big. So this must be trying to rush this harbor, I think. Going for this. The airport. For this airport next. Yep. We'll see if stealths are banned. If stealths aren't banned, this is... Oh! The epic block. If stealths aren't banned, then this will be an absolute nightmare to play. It seems like both players have the exact same idea. So they must have both played this map quite a few times. Because neither of them are like unloading here. So many V-boats to counter fuel drain. Kinda. They themselves are very susceptible to the fuel drain too. And they have to do other things. But I guess you could just build up like an absolute mass of them. And these transports are invincible. So we have a fight over here. I would not take this fight. Because Barduch, and they can both sit there and repair. But Barduch's on a mountain. But I guess the idea is just to slow down the base capture. Aha. This does go for the harbor. This one was going for the base. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think this base is useless. You know what? I bet this missile is here because it's guarding this harbor from being captured. If you didn't know, missiles are surprisingly durable against machine gun fire. So it would take an infantry quite a while to clear it out. Oh, these are buildable from. These aren't ghosted? I take that back. I thought for sure these were ghosted. I must be thinking of a different map. Oh my gosh, you can just build from these? They're so far forward. How do you win this island without the base? You just bring some battleships over. Okay. Very sneaky sub. Drake is going to have a very nice advantage, of course, because all of these boats are faster for Drake. And he gets to drop on him here. If they were ghosted, it wouldn't be Global League material. You're right. No, there's some Global League maps with ghosted units, I think. Or ghosted properties. How long do I think this game will last? A long time. I'll go a little faster. Lots of subs from Andy. Ooh. That is a risky move. Andy can just repair that and actually start the base cap. Okay. Andy has a very nice econ lead here. Gets a shot on the black boat. Won't get the kill, of course, because that's a Drake black boat. They have extra defense. Ooh. The carrier snuck through. Sitting in the reefs. And this is pretty tricky too, because I don't know if Barduch knows which reef its carrier is sitting in. But does get the kill on that transport copter. Very nice. Goes for the sub on sub hit. If these are buildable from, by the way, I would highly recommend just moving some black boats onto them very early on and just sit on them. You can never capture them because there's no place to land in infantry. But your boats can just chill on them. Because it's very scary to have production that close to you. Okay, double sub. Another hit. Drake almost has. Oh, Drake now has access to the power. Andy going after this carrier. I don't know if any of these guys are in such. Well, they're close enough together that they can always save each other. Okay. Repairs the sub. Sub hits. There's no time to dive these subs. Or is that dove? Oh, that's the... Okay, it just dove, I think. There was no animation for it. It just changed the color. Refueling the black boat. Loading into the black boat. No power used here. Okay, we have some mechs being built. Okay, black boat is taken out by this sub. Cruiser spots a copter. Let's see how this plays out. Most of the archipelago here is being captured pretty nicely. Is that just a neutral? That's just an uncapturable neutral harbor? That's very weird. I'm not sure why that exists. I guess just for the defensive bonus. The carrier, Andy's carrier gets found out and destroyed. Sub on sub, then bomber. That's going to be a problem for this poor harbor. This carrier actually got away because it's a Drake carrier, so it has extra movement. And can easily outrun the Andy sub. And then we have the Typhoon. It's probably better to just do the 1 damage because the rain doesn't slow any of this down. Although it does mess with Andy's vision, I guess. But the main thing you'd want to focus on is really hitting Andy's fuel supply. Yeah, and he's just gonna heal it off with the super. Well, I guess to make that journey. APC. guess the APC will just sit up here and be a refuel point. 4 fuel on that guy. 7 fuel on that guy. Emergency, emergency. Okay. I don't know why Andy did the super, unless it was just to get this capture. Otherwise, you just use the normal power to heal off the 2 damage, and then you have a nice charge buffer. I just realized that this harbor is pinned in by shoals. So, I guess now it has a battleship on it for the rest of the game. Battleships cannot move over shoals. Not sure what the opening is here, but I would think you'd want to prioritize as many captures as possible. Also, these comm towers look incredibly exposed. There's more airports to capture. Tank is over here. I'm not sure why they're bothering with the land vehicles. They're not going to do much. I mean, I guess this tank is in the way, but like, the copter would already be dealing with everything. Cruiser's holding its own. Okay, lander dropped off there. We have the artillery built to break this pipe seam, I assume. So many black boats. I know, I don't know why there aren't 10 black battlecopters out yet. Just build... They have so much money. Just build like a ton of battlecopters and black boats, and then carriers and bombers and all that stuff. But really just battlecopters for now, and then fighters. I mean, I guess you do have these very forward harbors. I don't know why they're not just sitting on them. Like, it's very counterable. I agree. I think the Drake normal power is indeed optimal. Just for the fuel drain. You could also probably just hold off on using a power at all until enough stuff is built up so that you're not having to deal with very expensive powers very quickly. Also, there's so many stranded infantry. I guess the idea here is as long as the infantry is on the island, they can't capture it from you. They have to clear the infantry off and then they can land something. Bombers are getting beat up over here. So 1, 2, 3. This is a triple airport per player map. There we go. Here come the copters. There is this carrier. It got away. It is ready to fight. Artillery built. We got a battleship built. Andy has very strong navy because he heals them. Expensive and hard to kill that oftentimes. That'll be worth it. Does anything stand on this harbor? Okay, it's happened. These comm towers are still very exposed. No one really wants to go for them, which is okay. We have a lot of subs in the water here. Carrier's getting repaired and getting some nice shots off. Here comes the Drake Air Force on its way. The middle. Getting some carriers would probably be worthwhile. Just putting the carriers in the reefs. That one goes down. Nope, there we go. Wow. Build the carrier in the shoal-locked harbor. So a shoal-locked harbor like this is not meant for these kind of vehicles. It's meant for transports that can walk over the shoals or sail over the shoals. I mean, it's fine to do this. You're just kind of locked into it. We have the triple repair into the capture. Very fancy. Very Andy. Usually Andy does it with his powers, but no longer. Yeah, I don't know why we've... What is he spending his money on? I guess it was the carrier. And something else. I don't know. Should really get just a ton. Even more black bows than this and fill the skies. Unless they're close to the unit count limit. We have the Drake Super. It's going to be really annoying to deal with fuel-wise, of course. This is why you block these off. Forward sub gets built. Okay. And he heals it off. I don't know if anything got in trouble fuel-wise. Seems okay. The missile's down to 11, though. Bomber flies on over. Sub for sub for sub versus sub. Ooh. Bomber gets hit. Battleship takes position in the neutral harbor. My gosh. You signed up for a standard game and got put into your first fog game and first 3K fund game. How do you guys have like the same opening? That's very impressive. Alright. Battleships are in position to lay siege to the city. Still hasn't just taken this comm tower. It's totally free. Both players. Ooh, battleship takes out the cruiser. Copter goes down. Now, cruisers for Drake are pretty good in comparison to normal ones because they have that extra move, so they actually outrange or outmove battlecopters, which means they can like zone them and chase them and everything instead of just getting nowhere with them. Okay. I'm surprised this guy's managed to hold on to this island so nicely. I mean, this is a lot of money, but comm tower is going to matter a lot here. Carrier takes out bomber. Yeah, we got carrier coverage and multiple battleships covering this middle island. This is why the bases like just don't matter. The range of the indirects kind of thwart anything you could put on the land other than just infantry to capture stuff. I guess you could put like a mega tank on a city to make it really hard. Okay. Too bad. Hard to take stuff out. Got the bomber. Ah! Andy is going for the comm tower. Ooh, got the Drake fighter going on in here. Well, that's true. That you had a little bit different opening. Andy was like building subs aggressively. But where you were going with your transports was pretty much the same. Okay. Drake subs going in for the attack. Barely survives, which is unfortunate because they'll just heal up. Drake is so behind right now. Drake is certainly in a tough spot over here. I'm not convinced over here matters a ton. I'm also not convinced about moving into carrier range. It's okay. Lots of bombers. Normally I would like bombers, but they are Drake bombers, which makes them a little weaker. Are they running a tourney in this game? I'll be running the Commander Wars one, which is a very similar game with custom COs. Carrier takes out the battlecopter. Okay. So the thing that a Drake would need here is to kind of just do exactly what Andy's doing, which is to set up some battleships and then set up some carriers and just kind of have like a death ball on the sea essentially, with a lot of black boats and like battlecopters to just get in the way and scout out stuff. Tends to be how you want to use your play these naval maps. Okay, so these cities are falling. You can kind of see this is what you want to do. You got the carrier, you got the bunch of battleships, you got the subs, you got the black boats, and that's just like a ball of doom that will crush any island in his path. And this is why naval games always stall out. That is correct. It is certainly a chaotic one, though. Over here. Takes it out. I now see the advantage to building a carrier here is that a sub can't hit it. They are weak to battleship fire, though. When the bomber gets to it. If these players were not the COs they were, then this game would have been over a while ago. Like, Andy will crush everyone in these kind of games. But it won't crush Drake, who's got the better boats. And then Drake will crush everyone, but it won't crush Andy, because he can heal himself. Can't believe the Penguins are losing on a naval map. It's because the game insists that we can't just do it ourselves, and we have to, like, use these machines. I tell you, if we weren't constrained by the rules of the game, then these Penguins would be hopping in the water and taking this all out. But people are like, oh, it's just so unfair that the Penguins get to swim and board our vessels and everything. This map looks chaotic. It is chaotic. It's also massive. And yeah, you can see how this stalls out. It's the death ball slowly creep forward with the indirects. If Barduch is able to get a nice like arc around here, it could definitely pay off. If you can pincer this, that would be really good. We have the Typhoon. Still lots of cruisers and subs. Only one battleship though. Need like a lot. A lot of them. Lots of subs though, which are pretty nice. Bombers running on in here. You can also overwhelm the air defenses. Like in this case, looks like Andy only has a single carrier here. Andy should definitely be getting more fighters. Yeah, there's a fighter. And we have the hyper upgrade. Heal off all the damage. Doesn't shoot with the carrier, just takes a step back, which is pretty daring. Oh, there was a cruiser to take an attack. I see. I still don't know what's up with this missile, but it exists. Drake is going to take this comm tower, which will get rid of the double comm tower that Andy is currently enjoying. Unfortunately, this is going to happen. No. Okay, we have a breakthrough over here, though. We got the subs, like so. Comm tower is unfortunately going to get captured after all the fighting. There we go. It only like mattered for one attack, though, so I think that's fine. Oh no, there's no way to stop this capture. Okay, so we still have one. We got two battleships. Another carrier is built. Okay, this is starting to look pretty good for Drake. Carrier gets to shoot a bomber. Drake just needs to find a way to get to clear this and then have a black boat stand on the harbor. But some definite progress was made on this front to start pushing Andy back. And Andy is falling back. Okay. You see, like, nothing gets built from these bases. The bases are useless. Sub attacks. Ooh. And then Barduch resigns. Why'd you resign, Barduch? I mean, it's not looking great for you, but it's not looking awful anymore. You did manage to actually, like, challenge this position. Bomber flew right next to Cruiser and Reef, yeah. I think this was clearable. You originally wanted to play a standard? Was this a live game? After losing mid-control, you actually started to get it back. But I understand that the only winning move is not to play. It's brutal. It was not a live game? Oh, okay. But yeah, that's what happens in the naval maps. You either kind of get run over, or you kind of stall out. In this case, Barduch actually managed to, like, break this position with, like, a wave of bombers, which was pretty good. You love the huge maps? I should cover more games on them. That's up to you guys to send them in. But yeah, that's why I was like, I don't like this base. This base does not matter. It just doesn't. It's weird that it's there. GG. Soulscollector. I did a Lillian game before against you. I did? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, Drake would absolutely crush against anyone that wasn't Andy. They perfectly balanced against each other. Okay, this will be the last one. Yellow comic. Not green. There we go. Face to the left. Okay. Here we go. We have Andy, or not Andy. We have Max versus Eagle. On this now classic map. For Andy versus Drake and Lucifer. Oh yeah, I think I remember that one. So in this matchup, I would expect Max to go with some recon openers to really harass the sides, or maybe you could just go tank openers. I'd probably favor recon. Okay, we have the recon from Xaroo. Force the tank and then build another recon over here. Ooh. Fancy. Force the tank, send the recon mid. Not another recon though. So we're just going to go single recon and then tanks. Probably. I'm surprised the Soulscollector is going to go for this capture. Maybe just doesn't see that the recon can hit that. Oh, never mind. Does see it. Has a very fancy block with the black boat. I see the hidden tech. Wait, did the Eagle go for a property before going for the base? Ooh, Eagle did. So we have a massive base skip here. I guess that was That might have been the plan in order to get to the comm tower faster. That does delay this entire presence over here. And it looks like Xaroo's going to take full advantage of that and just take this capture very easily. With the fancy black boat blocks. Very cool. Recon's still chilling out in the middle here. The tank's coming to harass it. We have Xaroo's own tank to back it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very nice. And then down here we have very large infantry advantage for Max. So this property is probably going to fall very soon. Okay, get the tank strike over here for Eagle. All of these properties have fallen. The tank decided not to come over here and help out. There we go. And this is the very nice part about the recon. It gets to strike and it's like vulnerable to being hit by a tank. But as long as it's covered by another tank, it's no longer going to be a worry. Just bought a Switch for Advanced Wars 1+2. Be very exciting. You should get Breath of the Wild is a good game. Ooh. Eagle going for the strike from the city. That does look pretty safe. The max first strike will hurt, but you heal up, so no worries. Over here, though, attacks the recon. It's not going to have any backups. This is going to be a very strong attack. And the recon can still, I imagine, interrupt that property. Goes for this guy instead. Look at that. 9-3. And then Max puts pressure. Going for this city, covered with a tank. And it attacks this infantry. And I imagine that we're going to build a tank here for a tank chain. Tank first strike from the lab, so this doesn't heal up. There we go, there's the tank chain. Neither player's... Max could actually build a black boat and get a very early start in the air department, while Eagle is still a ways away from that potentiality. So it's going to be up to Eagle to put enough pressure on Max to not just build that black boat and take all this stuff. But I'm not seeing a ton of pressure put on Max, so I would 100% build the black boat at this point. The air units, if you've got air units and they don't, then you're just going to win. Most likely. I mean, look at this map. It's so... There's so many flyable areas. Why would Eagle attack that tank in the middle? Oh, why wouldn't? You mean this one right here? Well, Eagle will just die. Or are you talking about right here? You're talking about right here. It's because Eagle will miss out on the exchange. Well, lose the exchange. Because Max has much stronger firepower and is on the better position terrain. And that will leave the recon free to kind of wreak havoc. And then here, of course, it's because this does like maybe like 1 damage, probably 2 damage actually, because it's probably like a low roll on the previous turn, and then just lose the tank. So it's better to go back and heal it for sure, so it can keep up your unit count. Ooh, the black boat's being used very nicely. We have another recon over here. So I would have liked to see the black boat built here. Double property, one of them is an airport. It's especially since Eagle doesn't even have the harbor captured yet. You could get like a 4-turn lead or something on copter production. But instead, this does kind of result in having a lot of pressure on this comm tower. And we have max force here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That will let this first strike happen. Looks like that might have been the only use of it. Which isn't great, but it's like fine. Maybe you'd want to take this strike with the tank. Actually, I think you should hit this guy because there's no other infantry around to complete this capture. You are covered by your other tanks just as much as like this guy is. So I think that would probably end up being worth it. This tank does get pinned in here. And then the mech is built to threaten it. Potentially kill it. So yeah, this guy does get taken out. Ooh, actually survives that one. I'm surprised at. I guess with the power boost on the forest, it's kind of like being on a city. Slightly better. Recon comes in. Recon plus infantry clears. Tank just stands on the city. Takes a nice hit. Kills off an infantry. Kill off another infantry. Very nice. And Black Boat probably moves over. Moves over there. Okay. Make it so you can't keep this guy pinned in. Right, tank just falls back. More tank. Tank, infantry. 6,300 left over. That means this could have been a recon instead, and then a black boat. But for sure, Eagle is not going to be able to build a black boat because Eagle's down 4K, is kind of losing the fight so far, which you sort of expect for Eagle against Max because Max has a much better day-to-day, especially when there's no airport. Just fall back from the mechs. There we go. There's the black boat. It's very good pressure. Just repairing this tank while building up these tanks to eventually attack this army. You have to be careful, of course. If Eagle is able to make it to the super, then things can definitely turn for the worse very quickly. There's the black boat from Eagle. Able to try and sneak it out here. But Max does now have both comm towers. So these tanks will hit very, very hard. So does Recon. But these two tanks have moved in here. And Max has to kind of respect that. So falls back. This guy can still take out this Recon. Instead goes over here trying to just take the comm tower back. That looks very dangerous to me. It's moving into range of two of these tanks, and the Recon will be able to take out a mech or just an infantry potentially. Some artillery is being built. They'll be able to break through this pipe seam, although not right next to it. But they're also going to be very good for Eagle when the super happens, because that lets you do like a move and shoot. You move forward and you super and then you shoot, which is a very good tactic. There goes the mech. Infantry gets hit. Tank gets hit. And then we're going to see a repair, I assume. There we go. We have a wall being developed here. Eagle does almost have the super. I think if Max manages to get the normal power before Eagle gets the super here, we'll probably see everything get wiped out down here before Lightning Strike can really do anything. Because that will be a lot of firepower. Plow. It's the mech. It's the tank. Goes for the capture. Hits the tank. It's looking very scary for Eagle here. don't know if Max is able to make it to this charge, though. You'd have to attack in here. Tank onto tank on city, and then that might give you enough. But looks like just gonna fall back, which I don't agree with. Make sure to delete the black boat so that it doesn't give charge, although it's not in range of any of the artillery, so might as well keep it around for potential healing. I guess the tanks could have attacked it. Okay, so lightning strike is 100% possible here. It would do quite the number. But it would also hurt because it will take 2 tank shots against a max tank on the city. And then these artillery have already fired. But you really can't hold it off either. Yeah. So this is all dead. What? And max with normal power will one-shot artilleries? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I see the problem. There's just not, the forest is getting in the way. You can only kill like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can kill this one, and then this guy could kill this one, and then these 2 live. But you can still wipe out the other stuff. I don't know what's going on with that, but okay. The battlecopter built. Here we go for Eagle Super. The artilleries are going to kill the Neo tank. Rest in peace. The artillery is just going to shell all of these tanks. But the middle is still going to hold. Okay, so this is going to hurt a lot. And this is why the artillery for Eagle is very good. As soon as you get to move up and shoot with them, you get some massive damage. Ooh, the Neo tank lived at 1. Probably wanted to hit the tank instead of the infantry there. That was very painful. We have the max blast and retaliation. These guys can kind of join in this fight over here. The fight over here looks pretty nasty, but Max can focus down a bunch of artillery. Like 1 shot. Almost 1 shot. Hit. So that's looking still really good for Max because these artillery got taken out. And yeah, just take out the artillery. Really, you don't need to hit that tank. Just hit, like, the tanks have to trade with you when they attack you. The artillery are the real threat. I guess that's okay. So this guy can fire here, this guy can fire here, this guy can fire here. Painful. But it looks like Max will be fine. Because this front completely within Max's control. The center is still within Max's control. And there weren't really enough infantry over here for Eagle to like possibly benefit from the short win here. Here we go. Take out the artillery. There's only 2 left. Copters here. We got a max copter to counter it. Neo tank takes out that guy. Clears through here, stops this property from going down, clears out all of the retreated vehicles. Yeah, I would say that Eagle is looking very dead. And there we go, Eagle resigns. The only thing I would say for Disobeyed there, faster Black Boat for sure. And I would prefer to just wipe out as much of Eagle's stuff before the super happens, when given the opportunity. Infantry wall, tank wall, nah, artillery wall. But GG. The artillery play from Eagle was definitely the right move. But it's definitely hard to survive on a no airport map against Max. Okay. It's over 4 hours. Hope you guys enjoyed. We actually got through quite a few games. I'll leave you with an apple, and I wish you a good night.